Hello, hello. What is up, friends? It is Thursday, which of course means it is time for some Overwatch here at NECC. My name is Jeff. I'm here with my best friend, Chef Billy, as we are getting into playoffs. Billy, it's postseason time. I am ready.
I am so stoked for many multiple reasons that we have finally hit the playoffs here. It's all going to line up. Everything is coming together, and I'm very happy to see it. But let's take a look at how we are going to get our games off tonight. It is week one of the playoffs, and unfortunately, with all the LCQ stuff going on, the 11 o'clock game just could not get scheduled. There was too many teams that was just all over the place, so we're just going to do two tonight. We're just going to do two tonight. We're going to start off with the University of Puerto Rico, Mayagüez, versus Middle Tennessee State University, and then going on up to champions. After that, Texas A&M Maroon is going to be taking on the University of New Mexico's Esports Cherry team. That is going to be a banger. That's going to be with Sam and two Tryhard Raid after this, so to make sure they can get in there. But you know what? Let's take a look here, kind of zoom into the Southeast Challengers division and take a look at that bracket to see how this is all lining up. This is the A sides.
Time. That's what makes it exciting. That's what makes this so fun. And absolutely, you can see this matchup we're about to get into at the very top left corner of your screen. University of Puerto Rico coming in the number one seed, undefeated out of their group, holding a 7-0 record. So Middle Tennessee State University, certainly the underdogs on paper coming into this one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a couple of other wins were via forfeit as well. So they're coming in on a two-game losing skid as well. Not the best way to roll into the playoffs. But, you know what? Anything can happen. Just like March Madness, anything can happen on any given day in Overwatch. So we'll see if that's going to be the way it goes down. So, you know, we're taking a look at the map differential. I mean, Puerto Rico, Mayagüez has really come out strong. They have a new coaching staff in Yigda and Drillers, I believe, is who Giscam told me that they were being coached by now. So we will see what it is like. It is Blazer and Yigdra. So, I mean, you know, lots of Puerto Rican pride here as far as, you know, Team Puerto Rico. I know that I see some people there that were on the bench during the online World Cup qualifier. So this Puerto Rico team definitely has a soft spot in my heart, having cast that this past summer. So we'll see if that continues to push on, Jeff. We'll see how they deal with this.
I don't think they have any soft spots in their roster, though. If we're doing the math there in that bottom left-hand corner, they dropped one map in 7 series, Billy. That's the math on that. One map in 7 games. Let's take a look at that roster. This star-studded roster out of Puerto Rico will be taken to the field that have been so exceptional this season, and definitely your favorites here. I mean, as with always, I mean, my eye is initially drawn to the tank. That's where everything starts here in Overwatch. And with the meta shaken up like it has, that's going to be your defining role on how a team wants to approach each map.
I mean, One Hook, I mean, if I remember correctly, they played last year as well. I was talking with Gizgab about, you know, some of the playing between the white team and the green team. I mean, there's a lot of intermixing and lots of interscrimming. So I think that they get a chance to learn from the senior squad. So yeah. I think for this green team, you know, looking to repeat successes of semesters past, I think this is the most dominant this Puerto Rican side has looked. So I think that for Middle Tennessee State, as we take a look at their roster, I mean, that's going to be the point of contention here is how is 630 going to go up against One Hook? How are we going to, you know, gauge how these players are feeling on the given day? I mean, like I said, Middle Tennessee State, the Blue Unicorns, are coming in on a 2-game skid. One of them, you know, they had to forfeit their last game of the season. So was it in preparation, knowing that they were going to get in? You know, have they had some extra scrim time, extra time with the coaches? Have they solidified what they want to do? You and I have casted quite a few things here lately. This latest drop is absolutely screwing with people. I saw it out west. It was Hawaii versus, I can't even remember who they were playing now, but it was just crazy how just you can see the gears turning. Because do we want to throw Mauga out there?
Right.
or do we want to go a different direction? I saw them, out of 3 maps, 2 times they did not choose Malga. And it ended up working just fine for them. So Malga is no longer the absolute, you have to pick it. You have to buy the battle pass and you have to pick him. He's no longer that person anymore.
Yeah, all the buffs got reverted here in this latest patch, and that doesn't mean there's not any room for Malga in the meta. We saw a bit of that today in some OWCS games, that Malga can still be applicable, particularly since Ana is a little bit, kind of on the side of a milk carton, I think, at the moment. A bit of a missing person at the moment. Can I take a moment and highlight the Blunicorn's logo, by the way? That was an amazing logo. I loved that so much. But anyway, we'll keep it out of there. Let's take a look at our maps. Of course, every good Overwatch series has some good maps to start with, and we're going to go with tried and true Lijiang Tower for map 1.
I mean, why not? Everybody knows how to play it. Everybody knows exactly what they want to do on it. It really does depend on what patch notes are happening at what time is, how we see teams kind of address it. So, it's all over but the crying right now. Week 1 of the playoffs is finally here.
Let's go.
We'll see. We'll see how this goes. We're going to see what teams are going to punch their ticket to the land later on down the line. So much to play for here today. This is guaranteeing, your progress moving forward. I cannot wait to see how this goes down.
I think if Puerto Rico continues their dominance like we've seen through the regular season, we could see this squad moving up a level, moving up into the Champions Division, for 25 or for 24-25 season, moving into next year and beyond, continuing watching this Puerto Rico team grow. It's been so exciting. And they're all rocking the Puerto Rico World Cup logos. The solidarity is there. UPRM are here as one brain cell to continue their conquest through NECC.
Viva la gente, viva la corazón. Let's go. We're here for it. This is kind of the feeder line also to Team Puerto Rico.
Exactly.
Their white team had a lot of representation on it. Maya, who's sitting on the bench right now for this green team, also was part of that Team Puerto Rico that had the magical run, and just came up just that one map short in the World Cup. So. There's lots of pride here for this Puerto Rican team. MTSU, they want to play upset. They want to play.
Absolutely.
They want to play the bracket buster, as it were. And looking at what they got going on right here, could be a bit of an issue. Bringing out a hook versus a javelin. But look at Striker though, bringing out the tried and true Autobot and the Torbjorn.
This is a really good read from the Blunicorns. The Torbjorn is really good at dealing with the Sombra and keeping her off your back, and then the Orisa stands tall against a Roadhog with that Fortify. Point yet to unlock as both teams kind of take their positions on opposite sides of the objective. Puerto Rico is going to help out their Sombra by getting rid of that pesky little turret early in the fight. But UPRM can't keep toes on the objective long enough to deny a cap. Blunicorns building up percentage as this fight begins.
630 right now is owning the front line, really using great tech there to deny damage, mitigate stuff coming in, keeping their eye on the hook. But that's even better from one hook.
Oh, and now one hook just marches onto the objective. That's a boop. Oh, Ishiku put sightlines down while they were distracted by a turret. Unfortunately for them, 630 gets caught in a corner. Coalescence now out here from Rolando, and it has just sent Blunicorn's packet. Even fighting Striker there at the corner.
Right. What a fantastic third there from UPRM. They give it first progress. But, it's only 30%. And, there's lots of time here for them to hold, build up some key ultimates. They already expended the Coalescence. So, it's so fast building with how much damage your front line is taking. Easy to build it back up.
Yep, and Clone's going to throw in theirs immediately at the start of this fight. Woo, that's Lucio escorting Puerto Rico out of there. Puerto Rico out of there, excuse me. Duplicate used. 630 taken down mid-ultimate. The hail's just not enough coming out from Clone. And Blunicorns just get denied, completely shut down at the front door.
Yeah, they were counting on that to really land and hit all they needed. But that's a big pickup. 50 Puerto is not having any sass review. Thank you very much.
Shiku commits a sound barrier, and those are the only 2 players here. It's an ambitious move. A lot of trust put into Striker. Unfortunately, reinforcements show up here for UPRM.
Yeah, that's a bit of a throwaway. The most slowest building ultimate here in the game still. Yeah, I mean, now you're going to have a sound barrier difference into this fight. You win this fight. There's one left. Striker over to the 76. Already 22% and counting, and that's a good first pick there.
Rico already down. One hook lands one. Zarkai tried to get out of there. Once a whole lot of this EMP manages to safely teleport back behind the rest of the team using that translocator. MTSU, still, it's a 4v4 on this point. Oh, Puerto Puerco's moved over to a Bastion here. I don't know if the Blue Unicorns have clocked this yet. Yeah, there they go. They saw it. They all rotated around the coast. Yeah, the moment they're, oh, that's a Bastion. We can't stay out in the open. But they run right into sight lines. 6:30 puts 2 down in the street below. That's going to conclude our first round.
I mean, great recognition of compositions here from Puerto Rico. I mean, it was a great first read from the Blue Unicorns. But, once they lost control, they never had an entryway back onto the point. I mean, and the Striker never got a Molten Core off as far as I know. So, I mean, kind of, stuck in first gear. Haven't really gotten out of the gate yet. Let's see what happens here on Garden. Do they go with more mobile characters? Do we look for a flanker, perhaps, to try and get on the back line of Orlando and sightlines? But, I mean, they're playing almost in the front line with one hook. They're feeling so confident.
He's going to swap over to Zari. I mean, I thought the Orisa was a strong pick against the Hog. He got a lot of tools to fend off what the Hog wants to do. Seems like every cooldown of Orisa is strong against Hog's abilities. Still, 6:30. And he used the power front-loaded Zarya, also the lowest health pool of any tank here in Overwatch 2. That was both bubbles used early. I mean, 6:30 cannot get any in here. UPRM, they're just completely gatekeeping this door here, Billy.
I mean, this calls for a rotation. You speed, engage around the side, and force them to come to you. You kind of reverse the roles here. And now you're going to have the Roadhog kind of out of position. Oh, what a hook!
Oh, right into the pig pen as well. Turns attention between our tank, 6:30. Oh, just wants to fight the squishies. Would rather not have to phase take against this 800 health of the Roadhog. It's double what the Zarya has. Oh, that's another good hook, lads. Porkus is gone.
I do not know what you do here, other than bring maybe a Ramatra, bring something else in. The bubble denies the pick there, but Puerto Puerco is on the outside having fun. Thank you very much. That's going to be 3, perhaps?
It was a nice move. Puerto Puerco comes in and just gets an off angle from the bridge and has everybody from Blue Unicorns in their sights. There's nothing they could do there.
I'm kind of wondering what your plan is for this upcoming Graviton Surge. Another great hook. That's just, you can't peek that.
No, and if that fight's just over before it begins, wisely Blue Unicorns have to back out. They gotta wait for Striker to respawn.
I mean, good thing is that we're still sub 50% here, so there's lots of time for them to get their act together. But I mean, this Zarya pick is just, it's not working, Chief.
You're gonna try to take a head-on approach, maybe rotate around through a right room again. Nope, it's just right up the gut here with the Blue Unicorns. Using a mortal orb to escort the Zarya into position, but Striker once again ends up off the side. It's gonna be the ultimate coming in from the Bastion from Puerto Puerco. It just kind of separates everybody from Blue Unicorns. Easy picking for one hook at that point.
I mean, this is just bullying right now. I mean, this is a team that is fully confident in their ability to hold space, to take a fight whenever they choose. And, you saw the Blue Unicorns trying to get themselves ahead of steam, and they just said, nah, I'm good.
It's such a good disengage from University of Puerto Rico. From the initial push, give up bridge, and then the counter punch back. Graviton Surge is in. Doesn't look like it caught quite a few people in it, but the EMP from the other side is denying a lot of follow-up. Warrior has tried to do something with an overclock, but only got one.
Yeah, I mean, perfect counter ultimate usage there from Zarkai, and I mean, the devaluement of everything that just went on there is absolutely insane.
Oh, the boop! Sightlines boop, 6:30 out of the window. I mean, Ishiku is able to get in and get the touch, but they're not going to last long. You do what you can here, but that boop from Sightlines just put the dagger in map 1. UPRM will start off our playoffs with a bang.
And let's highlight who the real star is. It's Sightlines on the Lucio. Not only with that last boop of Doomfist, but I mean completely owning the skies and the walls of Night Market here. I mean, the sound barrier was great, but the boops were even better. Getting Puti Puerco around, that is what you want to see from your Lucio. I mean, we'll take a look at it right here.
I mean, there was no safe spot for the Blue Unicorns. And a lot of it was based on how Sightlines and Puti Puerco were working together. So here on Night Market, you had Sightlines was able to control Coast, made it oh so dangerous, and then Puti Puerco was just hanging out there in mid, made that swap to Bastion halfway through Night Market, keeps that Bastion pick here on Gardens. And again, sits out in main, covers this whole section that we saw them taking that duel against Ishiku. Meanwhile, Sightlines is covering Bridge, Sightlines is helping One Hook cover White Room. They shut down White Room. I mean, it only took one shutdown of the other way, and Blue Unicorns never tried to go that direction again.
Yeah, I mean, it was just great recognition and great decision making. Once again, I've been talking about this since season 9 dropped, especially now with the hotfix coming in. Your decision making has to be decisive. You cannot just stand back and wait. And we saw that happening from the Blue Unicorns a few times. They felt indecisive. And I hate saying that, but you can see them like the gears are grinding. This hotfix, I'm sorry, I'm going to be spicy with this one. Absolute horrid thing to do in the middle of a season. I don't like it personally because it does force teams that are playing competitively. I mean, it's not only here in the NECC, it's console gaming league. It's also a WCS. I mean, everybody's having to react to it.
The entirety of the collegiate landscape.
Yeah, it throws everybody into a bit of a whirlwind, trying to figure out where they're going to land now. So I give a little bit of credit here. I give a little bit of credence here to that. Teams are just, they've been bamboozled a little bit. We're going to see
flexibility. The flexibility of our squads has certainly been tested over the past few weeks, and that really runs all of our divisions, right? That's not just at the top. I mean, that's in challengers and navigators and emergence. All divisions have been affected by this, and man, has that adaptability been tested. Like, I don't think we've ever seen in Overwatch to have these big changes happen that fast. That has been season 9.
I mean, this is the season of all seasons so far. I mean, we've had the reset, we've had Malga really come into prominence. We've seen a couple, we've seen Ramatra kind of go into disfavor. Moira has made a huge resurgence back into the competitive Overwatch landscape. I don't hate it. I know that a lot of the top players are thinking that, why is there a Junkrat in the highest tiers of play? Why not? I disagree with a lot of them.
I'm a Moira hater. I don't think Moira should be strong. Moira's too easy of a character to be strong. Darn it. That's all right. Fun fact. Both of our teams banned out the same map, Billy. I don't think I've ever seen that. Both teams banned out WPG. Nobody wanted to go to Gibraltar.
I mean, that's because they don't want to play Winston or they don't want to play the Diva. They don't want to have to worry about high ground.
Sad.
They want to play.
Sad
yeah,
face.
I know. You and I are massive dive enjoyers. We love that. We love that. But we'll see where we are going to head to. But let's talk about let's talk about what Puerto Rico Mayagüez just did. I mean, they recognized a perfect win condition and using the Bastion at range, which is not something that you normally see. But because you're playing the Roadhog, you see the displacement coming through from One Hook. Love the name, by the way. That is just very.
I was wondering if we were actually going to see a Hog player with the name. So,
right.
Side note.
I mean, Labasco would probably be very proud of him because Labasco's a huge One Piece fan.
Throwback.
I mean, Labasco will absolutely get tickled by that one. But
there's a throwback.
I mean, they played it so well. They were able to speed the Bastion in position and get an optimal sight line, then get him out if he needed to get out. I think we saw that one failed boop. I think Puti Puerco got taken down once on Garden, if the memory serves, and that was just because the Moira just went right on top of him and just ate him alive.
And I think that was one of, if not the only kill that Middle Tennessee State were able to find there in that second round. It was 100-0. There was University of Puerto Rico won every team fight without a doubt, and doing it in such a brilliant fashion. Like I say, using the Bastion long range to cover that whole main area, so the Roadhog can play up close and personal in White Room if needed, or on the objective as needed. I mean, it was a brilliant plan executed to perfection, and that's why they only have dropped one map in 7 series, and that trend continues here in playoffs.
We shall see how it comes through. Funny stuff from our producer Gurkmeister, the Swedish Junkrat extraordinaire that played in the Iliad tournament. Yes, Gurkmeister will have his time again, but UPRM.
We remember you, Gurkmeister.
Gurkmeister is a great name, first of all. And everybody says he's Gherkin is Gherkin, but we'll get back with that. So, UPRM. Yeah, UPRM have banned Dorado for real. And we do have our map pick in. We're just waiting for our boss man to get it there. Get up there.
This is awesome.
Junkertown. I love this.
I don't think I've seen Junkertown competitively since the rework.
No.
So I'm very curious to see how this plays. I mean, traditionally, obviously very Widowmaker heavy, but with the movement of the water tower and the new cover that's now on the back part of point A, I'm very interested to see how our teams play this. We do have a bit of a sub coming in. Looks like Clone is going to be out, and Quantum Rift coming in the support role.
Yeah. Maybe this is a planned move, going off of control. Maybe they felt that the Moira just wasn't getting enough done. Maybe we're going to see a Baptiste come in here because Ishiku was the Lucio player, and right now Lucio is an absolute must pick. I don't care what composition you're running right now.
Yeah.
Lucio, I mean, has definitely earned his spot in the echelons here in all ranges of play.
It's true. It's either Lucio Bap, Lucio Carry, or what am I missing?
Lucio Moira.
Or Lucio Moira, exactly. Like that's your support lines right now.
I mean, I want to see Grandma get back. I want to see the auto Lucio.
I love me some Grandma. I mean, I honestly, the reason that Maga is still viable is because Ana is MIA. Like that is the reason Maga is finding a little bit of viability even after the revert to the buffs that he had previously received in our mid-season patch. But because the anti-nade is nowhere to be found right now, Maga can still have a good time out there. And even if you bring a carry to cleanse the anti, like you're forcing out resources that the Maga needs, and yeah, the removal of Ana has brought back Maga, even though he's not as strong as he once was.
I mean, if my memory is working as well, and I was talking, I don't remember who I was talking with. I think it was with Clutchkey about this. I think that Cardiac Overdrive and Nade are now on the same cooldown. So
because they put the 2 seconds back on Cardiac Overdrive, right? They brought it down to 10, and they put it back up to 12, and Nade is 12. Nade is 12 or 13. Maybe 13.
I think it's 13. I'd have to go back and look.
Ishiku! They're on attack. Don't get too excited. But. But. I mean, that is the counter to Hog. Like, that is the anti-Hog.
Yeah. I mean, so is the Sigma, too. I would absolutely run this out there. Because you can just keep deploying, watch for a hook to come out, throw your shield up, put it back down, stun them, sleep them, I mean, all the CC in the world to take care of the Hog.
Yep.
The problem, though, is that they're still going to be dealing with the Sombra. Zarkai was very, very proficient with said hero. So, bit different, though. We do have the cleanse. They were expecting the Ana to come out here, I think.
Well, with no speed. We were talking about the importance of Lucio and how you always see a Lucio. Guess who is not in our match right now? There is not a single frog to be seen here on Junkertown. PRM opting for that cleanse you're talking about. Discord and Nade here for the attacking Blunicorns.
Well, we'll see how this goes down, though. That's going to be a big hack target right there. Gets over the back. Says, yeah, I'll play in your back line.
That got a little bit of damage done. Built up, leading the charge. Well, outside of Striker and ult at the moment. Definitely say the EMP is more impactful than Sights. Careful that pesky turret. All right, there we go. DPS going to take care of that. Meanwhile, UPR game are just content to kind of fortify this next corner. Now, this is where things are really going to start to get interesting, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing for Flex here, obviously. I mean, that's going to be a big pick there. Porky is taking down the Sombra.
Let's get it. Oh!
Yeah. That's actually a huge pick here.
I mean, it would have been. Sidelines able to keep him up. I mean, there was nothing there. You could barely see a health bar. Hook does not land. One hook is very low. 630 with a good read. Turns their attention onto the Mora and forces Rolindo out of that room. Grecian Rock lands onto the Hog, who's about half health. You can see all the healing of food are coming in from the outside. Porcius gets found out. One hook with a nice little turn flick. Takes him down. That's Blunicorns just kind of stalling out here after losing just one player. Oh, make it two.
There, yeah, there's the there's the floodgates opening right there. I mean, the anti's out, but I mean, the cleanse comes through. Yeah, goodbye, good night, see you later. Grandma's gonna go down here in a hoop in a second as well. So, I mean, Striker actually has a good idea here. What a hook! Hello?
Yeah, that was mean. Right into the pig pen too.
I feel so bad for them right now.
And I was curious if Blunicorns were able to get on one hook fast enough. That's the problem, right? Because Ishiku and Quantum Whiff are pretty vulnerable to Sombra, and Zarkai has been very proficient with this, as was Striker when they were on the Widowmaker, hence that swap. It means Blunicorns have to act fast. They have to be decisive to take down one hook. Otherwise, if given enough time, Zarkai's going to run all over them.
Oh, there's a pulse.
Zick landed. I believe that got cleansed right out of the gate. Zarkai was looking for an EMP in the back, but a Transcendence is forced out. So Zarkai holds on to it, wait for the Transcendence to fade. Throws down the virus, looking for Grandma. Will find it. A little help from that Coalescence. No EMP needed to win this fight.
I mean, now, you know, they put out the flux at some point. I didn't even hear the voice cue go off.
I didn't hear it either. I'm guessing you got hacked out of it.
I'm guessing so. I mean, they didn't use the EMP, so that was a manual hack onto this. I mean, now we're sub 60 seconds. You've got the nano. I mean, I guess you would throw it on Striker just to see if you can burn people down.
Oh, that is huge. There's the nade out just to keep 630 alive after that monstrous hawk. 38 seconds. Blunicorns try to find an answer here.
I think you have to nano either the Sigma or the Bastion here.
Nanoing the Bastion is not a terrible idea. Just go unload. Just go front tank against the Hog. Gotta get set up to do it though. One hook, very good with their positioning up on this high ground, not easily accessible. Once again, the nade has to be used defensively. You'd much rather use that to inflict some purples and try to win this fight out. Nano has to be thrown on to 630 to keep him alive in the middle of that fight. Manual hack kind of interrupted their creation. And one hook is standing tall here as we get into overtime. Lands that hook, but wheels are down for Striker to sleep onto one hook. A lot of damage being poured into the Roadhog, but the heals are there. EMP is out and it's massive. Woo! That found 4. UPM are there to capitalize. Zarkai sacrifices themselves so that UPRM may stand tall.
73.36 meters is all that we can get here for the Blunicorns. Middle Tennessee State is up against it. They were up against a juggernaut here in the Southeast Challengers Division. And UPRM looks like they have complete control of the lobby right now. Zarkai is a menace, and these hooks into all the deployables. I mean, they threw everything but the kitchen sink at poor One Hook, and One Hook just kind of shrugged it off. Sightlines, once again, is the man of the hour. Absolutely owning it. Saving Suzu for when you see the antis come through.
I mean, the pressure was so good, you barely saw any purples. Ishiku was forced to use that Bionade to keep their own team alive more than they were able to use it to put pressure down onto One Hook. So, I mean, big props to Sightlines and Zarkai for keeping One Hook alive through that, but also keeping enough pressure on the backline that they weren't. One Hook was never really in that much trouble. There was only once. We saw once where One Hook got super low. That was it. And they never died.
Well, not very far to go for this UPRM team to get themselves onto match point. We're going to kind of stage ourselves around the outside here. Didn't even get a chance to see the new additions to Junkertown. That's how dominant this defense was.
I mean, props to UPRM, but I'm a little disappointed. Puerto Rico's too good, man. Too good. At least in their Junkertown defense. And reminder, this is Blunicorn's map pick. They were trying to play at range, hoping one hook wouldn't be able to play at this long distance. Man, they were wrong.
Good lord. They are targeting Quantum Rift down. He's still on 1 health. Starting to get that passive coming through right now. We'll get them back online. But man, I mean, look at Ishku right now. Has almost a nano online already.
That broke. 630 just got real lucky. I don't know if they hit Fortify, but that hook landed and broke. Oh, yeah, this is it. Map's done. Looks like Blunicorns are waving the white flag here in map number 2. Overwhelming pressure out of Puerto Rico. A daunting team to play against, no doubt, and they will continue to be flawless here in our postseason.
I mean, Zarkai is the Phantom Menace that you didn't know you needed. Really initiates well, really pulls the eye from the front line. It's forcing cooldowns, it's forcing for them to turn and look at the opposite direction. Holy cow! Hello,
I think that
was crazy.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, friends, but I think that final kill on the Zarkai was the only kill Blunicorns got there in map number 2. It was an overwhelmingly dominant performance. Blunicorns tried everything they could, brought up everything they knew from the playbook on how to take down a Roadhog, but one hook was just too good. Can they do it in map 3? We'll find out on Flashpoint. See you in a minute. Fast and Furious Junkertown we just saw there in map number 2. Oh my goodness. And that was a map pick of Middle Tennessee State University. Still, they were not able to capture a single point, Billy.
I mean, it's just dominance right now. And sometimes when a team is riding this high, they can get into the mentals pretty quickly. And I think that's a little bit of what happened here. Also, the hook accuracy of one hook is just disgusting. And Zarkai is making your back line not safe at all. So we do have our flashpoint picked out. It is not where I thought we would be going. We're actually going to be heading to Australia. This should be a Hog's playground, to be honest.
Sensing a theme here, where we want to stay in the eastern hemisphere, and we're just gonna hang out over there. We're hanging out in Australia and China, we're just hanging out over there for today's match. Sounds good. We had a couple of subs coming in. Actually, your Sombra extraordinaire is heading out. We're getting Will TL84 subbing in here, the DPS role for UPRM. Not the only sub though, Billy.
No. We do have one coming in for the Blue Unicorns as well. We're going to have Clone coming back in here, replacing Ishiku. So maybe they're looking for more speed. I don't know how this is going to go down. I mean, it's the third.
Look we've seen out of him in 3 maps, right? Map 1, we saw Ishiku and Clone. Map 2 was Ishiku and Quantum Rift. Now it's Quantum Rift and Clone. So it feels like they may still be searching for how exactly they want to handle this new meta as far as their support role goes.
I mean, hell of a time to have to try and figure this out.
I know,
that's
right?
kind of what I was getting at. That's kind of what I was getting at with the hot fix.
Absolutely.
Situation.
Yeah, I don't envy our coaches and managers right now in Overwatch.
No, not at all. But I mean, the fact that we're playing an off-meta tank here and getting so much value, I think that University of Puerto Rico, they don't care. They don't care what the meta is. They're going to play what they are comfortable with, and they're going to force you kind of into playing their junkyard war right now. And I mean, this is the perfect map to go for if you're looking for that junkyard warfare, being able to take fights when you want to, dodge the occasional kangaroo, and see where see if the queen's anywhere around here.
Well, I mean, we are getting some interesting looks coming out from the Blue Unicorns, UPRM. Not a whole lot of changes. Will TL84, the new one coming in, the DPS role, pulling out the Raper. So we're seeing that instead of the Sombra out of University of Puerto Rico. On the other side, though, I feel like the Blue Unicorns may have just opted into the Puerto Rico zone, into the one-hook zone, Billy.
I'm okay with this. I'm okay with that. I mean, I don't think I've seen a competitive match where both tanks have been hogs.
Hey, with a Junkrat and a Life Weaver, this is a comp.
Right. No, yeah, this is absolutely comp.
Oh my! Look at the fishing skills! That's ridiculous! And one hook finds, I guess the second most important target. I guess the Kiri might be your #1 most important target. But getting that Life Weaver out of there means there is no more safety line, no bailout for 630.
Nope. I mean, and then burst damage is going to make 6's life so incredibly difficult. My God, the Suzu's already been forced.
That's a good Suzu. It's just overwhelming pressure. You can see all of Puerto Rico. I mean, we saw in the beginning, I saw them all swap their icons, Billy, and I knew they were sharing a brain cell today.
It's nice to see. It's nice to see. I wish you and I could share a brain cell sometimes. That would be freaking fantastic.
I know, right?
But as it stands, I mean, Porcius is actually going to be up online here with a Riptire. So, we might see that open up this next fight.
630 is struggling to find any contact here, though. It's going to be after the Junkrat. They don't have much time to do it. It means somehow Blue Unicorns have to delay this point long enough for Porcius to get this tire out. Tire's there and finds sight lines, but Porcius falls in the meantime. 4v4 on the point. 630 does manage to land a hook onto Will. Blue Unicorns aren't done here, Billy.
They're not, but I mean, it was expensive for them. Well, I say it was expensive. It just cost them a tire, actually.
Yeah.
Nothing came out from UPRM, so I mean, they just lost in the neutral. They're coming up on their whole hog. So I mean, that's a good look. And the reason why they win that fight is because 630 finally lands a decent hook and pulls Will T out of position, and everybody collapses on top of it.
Yeah, I heard that hook land too. It sounded like it connected and then broke. That's gonna be a Kitsune rush out here from the political courts. They immediately find one hook. This is something they've not been able to do in the first couple maps. Striker's gonna follow up as well. This is the best look we have seen out of Balloon Corns yet, bar none.
I mean, now, you know, you've got Tree of Life. You've got the overclock into that. So, I mean, that'll give you a lot more bravery when you decide to pop that. Problem is, sound barrier does exist. And we'll see if they're going to deploy this or they're going to just let Arena go off.
Sound barrier may be the best ult in the game. That hook lands onto one hook themselves. Take a breather, and the sound barrier is out to save the Roadhog. Widow moves to the point to initiate this 99-99 overtime. Trio life on the objective, and the tire is here from Porcius. It was fight winning the first time. Sidelines is going to get some revenge this time, though. And it's advantage here to Puerto Rico. One hook, fight striker, pulse bomb lands. Puerto Rico finding this one here in the 99-99. Still, Balloon Cords made a mark for it.
I mean, it cost them, you know what, 4 ultimates, just to secure that. So, I mean, up
3. They used Whole Hog and Coalescence in the previous fight.
Okay. All right.
Still expensive, though, and they have nothing in their bank. I mean, that's a DC.
That is a DC for sure.
That's a DC. Porcius.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah,
hey, you know what? They just used their tire. That's the good news there for Balloon Accords fans here. Is Porcius doesn't lose any significant ult charge due to that. If 630 had DC'd, or if 630 had ulted as opposed to Porcius, that could be a real disaster coming in this next fight.
Yeah. So, I mean, hopefully we get him back into lobby here rather quickly. I mean, I'm not sure what happened.
I mean, this stuff happens. I mean, yeah. You know, sometimes the internet's cut out. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Who knows if they're playing in a dorm, trying to play on a dorm internet, or power fluctuated or something. I mean, it could be a plethora of things. But well, I mean, I'm impressed. So far, I'm impressed that Middle Tennessee, they opt into the one hook zone and they look good doing it.
I mean, Six had a couple of fights to start finding the range with the hook, but once we started landing the hooks, they started looking a lot better. Was able to kind of mitigate the one hook coming from UPRM. So, I mean, sometimes you have to opt into the crazy to be able to get on the same level. And the fact that they bring out the Junkrat and the Lifeweaver, the Lifeweaver pick is actually the linchpin for this because you could pull somebody out that is in dire straits. They're invulnerable.
Most likely
they're
630.
Being pulled. Yeah.
I mean, most likely, exactly. Like somebody gets hooked in, you can immediately yoink them right back out. It's a really smart swap, and it feels like Middle Tennessee actually kind of took it a step further. They're like, okay, we see you, Puerto Rico, you're running this funny comp. We're going to take that and elaborate on it even more, adding the Lifeweaver and the Junkrat into the mix. It's gone full Silly Town.
I'm telling you, Jeff, sometimes you have to opt into the crazy.
I can't argue with that. All right, Porcius is back, and on to a Reaper.
Okay. I mean, we'll see how this goes down. I mean, obviously didn't lose any ult charge to speak of, so I mean, this is fine for me. The big thing for me right now is Will needs to have their sightlines locked in because they have not been dealing with the hog. This is their first map in as well.
Rare miss here from one hook with their hook. 630 finds sideline on the other side. 630's getting a little warmed up here on the Roadhog. One hook decides to make their way on the objective. They're a little sneaky pig down. They have the team behind them here. Both DPS are with one hook. 630 needs to be really careful approaching this point. You can see Puerto Rico's poking around from the outside. Oh, there's one hook. That's a much bigger tracer. Oh my goodness. 630 gets a lot of heals though and manages to escape that basically unscathed. Though Puerto Rico's building percentage this whole time, Billy, and that hook just whiffed. Oh, 630's in trouble once again.
Oh, he's going to put the whole hog out here. And
he's going to try to push him off. He did! What a play, what a bait! 630 puts themselves in that awkward, just looks like the worst position imaginable, and then pulls the hog and sends one hook into the stars.
I'm surprised that it actually worked. Because there was a coalescence going into it, but I mean, hey, that takes some stones to actually pull that one off. Now they're going to have they're going to have the Kitsune Rush going into this fight for them. We're going to have the Tree of Life once again. I mean, just that one play, Jeff, completely devalued the Coalescence. Had to fade away because there's one hog standing on the ground and had a hook available.
Oh, that's the kind of play that just livened up your entire squad. Morale is back up. Blue Unicorns are communicating again. Their comms are hot. That is that kind of a play. Here we go. Kitsune Rush is now out from the Blue Unicorn squad, and they immediately find a pick. Will TL84 on the outside finds Porky's with that long distance shot. Sound Barrier at their back, starting to fade. Porco on the outside. We do still have a Death Blossom available. There it is. It's the helicopter out, interrupted by a hook, but still no final blow.
Wow, what a fight turn there. And I mean, in the very last second, as well as they hit 91%. They're going to come in with an overclock and a Blossom, Jeff, and they had to expend that sound barrier to get themselves onto the point. So they're coming in here dry. In UPRM, they are going to have to win this in the neutral. So, I mean, eyes got to be open. You got to be listening for sound cues, especially when you see the Reaper go in the back.
Positioning from Porcius. Perfect. Gets the overtime going. Oh, the duels! No way! Draws him in, but they lose it! No, nobody else gets back onto the point!
Oh, no. That is horrid. I don't know how you lose that, but I mean, everybody's going to go ahead and try and get the RNG reset here. Balga has made an appearance in our matchup here. 6:30, deciding that we want to get some people on fire. I want to have that cardiac overdrive ready to go for them as they are approaching point number 3. They're facing match point and flash point here. They're going to have an overclock to start their assault.
I will say cardiac overdrive with a Reaper is nasty. Because Reaper already has built-in vampire healing, and you just add more to that with cardiac overdrive. Oh, it can chunk through this Roadhog. I can see the theory behind it. And Blue Unicorns have early positioning as well as possession of the objective itself.
The hook.
And Suzu saves 6:30 for day, trying to charge out, but the overrun just ran right into a wall. Gets life gripped out of the pulse bomb. Just in the nick of time, Clone saves 6:30.
I mean, that is absolutely, that's what we were talking about, wasn't it? I mean, we're talking about getting somebody out of a perilous situation. That's exactly what happens. Now the overclock's out.
Yeah, 6:30 tried to go charge it in, gets knocked back, but still the overclock finds value onto the Moira. Hook lands, and that extra meter you get pulled in. Man, Striker just felt the difference, getting the business into the scrap gun. Wanted to drop down onto the point, see if they can finish off 6:30, who's still here. Cardiac overdrive initiated. Oh, but that's still not enough sustain. Life pool doesn't go far. Charges right back in, and there's a pedal above the point. Still, sustain is not enough, not even with a tree. Kitsune Rush is out.
What? That is the most chaotic fight ever, Jeff.
Yeah, Blue Unicorns tried to invest late, and that they almost got back in time. If 6:30 survives for like another 2 seconds, Billy, then I think they get the benefits of that Kitsune Rush.
I mean, the other thing is that they would have had the cage fight online as well. They were 99 to cage fight. If he stays up just 1 second longer, you pop cage fight, you trap 3 people in it, you get the benefits of the Kitsune Rush and the unlimited ammo inside of the cage fight.
It's not unlimited anymore. That did get nerfed. It's just an auto reload. But you still basically get 1,000 bullets. I mean, it's still a lot. Yeah. It's still a lot. That's a big charge in. That landed right on sight line. So he was going to go and drop the sound barrier in the middle of everybody. There's the Death Blossom with it as well. All inside a cage fight. That's a pull back out, and 6:30 survives all that. Now the counter Death Blossom. It's a fade out from Will TL84, and they were still in a 5v5 here at the entrance at this point. Unicorns have to make their way in and touch the objective. They're running out of time here, Billy. 6:30 ran into a pig pen. Striker finds an opening pick they desperately needed.
Oh, my word. And, I mean, now it's up to Putipuerco right here on the Tracer. Going to try and take the Lifeweaver duel. Should win this.
I mean, at the very least, you're keeping Clone from pulling 6:30 out of this fight. You can see everybody from Puerto Rico is trying to hunt down the Maga while Clone was distracted, but they can't find it. And MTSU get themselves a point, their first one of the day.
I mean, that is fantastic work for them. Great resiliency from them, great recognition of what they need to do. But now they're starting to lose people on the disengage here.
It doesn't matter. That's fine. I mean, yeah, you can flex. You've earned it. They're just going to leave them. Oh, that's dirty.
No, that's evil.
But they're counting on. I hadn't seen exactly where all of the spawns have, all of our objectives have spawned.
Right.
But this could favor Blue Unicorns. That's why they're wanting the reset.
Looks like it's gonna be bomb flats. It looks like UPRM is gonna beat them to the punch.
They are, yeah.
So they're gonna have, they're gonna get first control here. But they do have quite a bit here, and they get pulled in.
Center Rush and Suzu invested to keep themselves alive, but it works. And that is a lot of bullets flying in One Hook's directions, trying to push it back with their own ultimate. The whole hog keeps Blue Unicorns off point long enough for at least for Puerto Rico to get control. Sound barrier's out. Hook on a 630 doesn't do a whole lot. We've got a cage fight ready to go. But trap that Lucio in it. Doesn't quite. Nope, Lucio's still on the outside. I don't think cage fight got anybody. Just gonna use it for a shield here on the objective. Did get that bonus reload. But the Hook and the Pulse Bomb combined for a pair of kills. And this is University of Puerto Rico going to win this one. One last chance here for Middle Tennessee State.
Yeah, they were stalling him out once again. So 630 off the side, 69% noise and counting. And they're going to be depending upon this Death Blossom and Tree of Life combo to get them through it. I mean, Death Blossom's coming up here for UPRM and a Coalescence to keep them sturdy. Final fight rapidly approaching.
Orcus knows it. Lucio's on the objective. Oh no, it's the Doomfist. Okay, that was the Death Blossom. I'm not sure what they saw. Perhaps thought there was somebody hiding behind there, but there's no one there. Real life on this objective, trying to bolster Blue Unicorns here for their final chance, but they're already 2 down. No supports. It's just a Reaper and a Doomfist with a dream here from Montana of Middle Tennessee. It's going to get Death Blossom out, Pulse Bomb onto a block at 630. That's a celebratory ult. It's out of University of Puerto Rico. They will move on here in our single elimination bracket.
I mean, pretty dominant one-way stuff there, Jeff. I mean, Middle Tennessee definitely made it a lot more interesting here on Flashpoint. I think that going to the unexpected map would be the way to keep them off balance, and that's exactly what they do. But in the end, too much in the tank from UPRM. This was a fantastic map, though. I mean, we saw some signs of life there from Middle Tennessee State. I wish it could have gone a little bit further.
I loved it. I loved that they kept trying. Middle Tennessee, they really dug deep in their Overwatch playbook and said, okay, we can't just run out with what we've been practicing. We have to adapt to what we're seeing in front of us right here, right now. And they did. We finally see those adaptations come through in New Junk City. We finally see some wacky changes as they just go full send into silly mode. And it works out. They managed to win a point, something they weren't able to do on Lijiang Tower or on Junkertown. I mean, they managed to win some team fights, something they weren't able to do on either of those 2 maps previously. So, good adaptation from the Blue Unicorns. Unfortunately for them, this is a single elim bracket, and we will not be seeing any more of them out of this tournament.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, for sure. But, I mean, in the end, better team wins. Better team wins. And, I mean, Zarkai wasn't even in there for the last map that I thought had one of the most positive performances of the day next to Sightlines. I think Sightlines gets my MVP vote. Then
I've got to go for One Hook. Just because being able to play the Hog, to force an entire team to adjust their strategy and to adjust their compositions around you, not necessarily about the individual performance or mechanics from One Hook, more just the goal and the fact that they can pull it off.
I'll agree to disagree. I think a lot of it had to do. It was good either way. I think either choice is just fine.
Absolutely, no. Sidelines killed. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Sideline kill.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a good match. This is a good match, and here's the confirmation of how we got to where we are. And UPRM punches their ticket into the next round. Like I said, New Junk City definitely saw some signs of life coming out from Middle Tennessee State, but as it stands, they are set packing here. So now we'll take a look at the updated bracket here in the Challengers Southeast Division. And, well, there we go. Top seeds up there. They're going to take the winner of Lander University and Thunderbirds Green. And I think UPRM had already beaten them earlier in the season 3-0. So both teams, so I think that we're looking, or at least the Thunderbirds, they definitely beat 3-0 earlier in the season. So we'll see how this goes down.
They also 3-0 later. You were correct. Your original statement was correct. They 3-0'd both of those teams. So UPRM have precedent here. I mean, just to take this all the way to the finals. This is the team to beat here in this Challenger Southeast Division, and it would not surprise me in the slightest to see them move up to champions next year, the way we saw them before today, Billy.
I mean, it was dominant. It was absolutely breathtaking how insistent they were upon their compositions, and they made every single one of them work. I think Junkertown was the biggest of the displays there. Just 77 meters or 73 meters. I mean, that is basically child's play in 4 minutes. And then they even kind of lost a team fight. They lost one team fight, and that was still the meterage that MTSU was able to get out of that. So, I mean, I think for Puerto Rico right now, they just need to continue doing the same thing. Keep the belief, keep listening to the coaches, because the coaches are cooking. They're cooking with jet fuel right now, baby.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Well, hey, that's only our first match of the night. We still got more NECC Overwatch coming at you. We're going to take a little break. When we come back, we're going to have Texas A&M Maroon taking on the University of New Mexico Cherry when NECC returns.
Good evening, everyone. It is a spectacular time here at NECC Overwatch 2 as we now step into the playoffs themselves. And who better to show up and show out for tonight for our final match of the evening than our Champions Division here for Texas A&M Maroon, of course, University of New Mexico Esports Cherry. It's the quarterfinals, right? It's the tension and the pressure that comes along with it.
Yeah, I feel like this has been one of the more tightly competitive divisions we've had in NECC Overwatch. So let's go ahead and pull up that bracket and take a look at some of the matchups that we're going to be seeing tonight. Two Texas A&M teams making the playoffs. Pretty impressive with the way that program's coming around. And, they're going to be building an esports stadium apparently up there. So they're really committed. But a lot of big-time players. We saw Premier last week. We saw UCSC a couple weeks ago going up against the team we're casting tonight, UNM Lobos. So a lot of familiar faces. And we also got the chance to cast over UNM Esports Cherry as well, like you said. And so we kind of have an idea of how this team in particular plays. They struggled up against their matchup with the Slugs, but now hopefully maybe being able to find some of their footing and finding some of themselves and being able to learn. But Ray, this is quite possibly the juiciest thing that we can get out of the spring season records. I mean, just look at that. Yeah, I mean, exactly the same record, exactly the same map differential. I mean, what more could you ask for these two teams? The team, despite their showing against UCSC. UCSC is the #1 team for a reason. I mean, their Doomfist composition was just absolutely deadly. We are in a new time, a new meta, so we'll have to see how these teams have adjusted over this week. So let's go ahead and pull up that Texas A&M Maroon roster for you guys.
Absolutely. And of course, starting us off, we have Encore Segs, Swef, Hockey Flame, and Squid. This is a team that's been obviously through the ringer, have learned a lot, and looking at what they've been able to accomplish throughout the season, looking to make their mark here in the playoffs. But now we dip into UNM Esports Cherry. A lot of familiar names here as well that we've had, Ray.
Yeah, we got Karama, Kagator, Barracks, Brighthammer, and Bozeman. A lot of well-known names. To me, this is kind of like the battle of like the known commodity versus like the up-and-comers. Like, I feel like a lot of these players on UNM, we recognize their name, we know what they bring to the table, and A&M's kind of been on this rise over the past year as we start to get to know them and their players a lot better. So there's a lot that could be proved tonight.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully whatever occurs and whatever is going to come on here between these teams, Ray, it's so vital when you look at the playoffs and when you look ahead at what your competition is going to be looking like. The potential here for that, we may be seeing rematches maybe from the Slugs going up against UNM Esports Cherry again. A lot of different opportunities here to be able to make that happen and to be able to make that work. But of course, what is an evening of NECC Overwatch 2 without our maps that we have coming up here? And, well, I think we might be in for a little bit of a surprise here, Ray.
Yeah, it looks like we'll see. I mean, it's not 100% confirmed yet. We can kind of see the lobby and what map is highlighted right now. Excited to see if that's what it's going to be, because that would be quite the shock. But, I mean, I'm just excited to get this series going. I mean, both 5-2, both +7. I mean, I just can't wait to see how this series is going to go. I mean, casting and seeing a lot of OWCS today, it seems like the main prevalent picks, generally speaking, I'm talking in a general sense. Obviously, there's other comps that can work on specific maps, but the main comp we've been seeing is that Orisa composition. You play Sojourn Tracer with Kiriko Lucio, so can't wait to see how these teams adapt, and I'm curious if we'll actually see those compositions or not.
Yeah, it's really interesting you brought up OWCS, right, Ray? This is the return of Overwatch esports at its highest level. And so now we get to peer behind the curtain and see what the pros are playing, what they feel the most comfortable with. And especially too, when you talk about some of the things that we have been getting out of OWCS, whether or not the teams that we see here in the Champions Division, or even just all across NECC, what they're going to be adopting and adapting, and how quickly they're going to be able to do that as well. I mean, we're seeing the dev team also just pumping out changes like rapid fire. And so what may be working 1 week could potentially be upset in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that live quick patch to fix Malga, Sombra, and Symmetra, so they're not as prevalent anymore. We still see teams running it, and it still has its place, but it is not like you must run Malga or you lose anymore. So, again, it's really interesting to see, and that's the main part of like these teams and how you build a roster together is going to be flexibility. And I think the tank is the most important one. And after that, it's the rest of the team needs to be flexible too. But because the meta changes so much, the tanks, it's a lot on them to know a lot of different heroes and be able to play them at a high level.
Well, hopefully they'll be able to have that adaptability. They will be able to have that flexibility. It's all the name of the game of Overwatch 2. And it's just this continuously morphing and evolving creature that as the teams and especially tanks having to play and having to be able to push themselves further, and the ways that they're able to shift around the meta whenever it comes up and whenever it happens just goes to show you. I mean, we did get a little bit of that though from UNM Esports Cherry, especially when we saw them going up against the Slugs. I mean, not an easy team to go up against, obviously, with them being the #1 seed, but hey, they still stood their ground. They tried a lot of different compositions. They tried a lot of different flavors. And so that to me lends itself well, but that also comes back to talking about what Maroon is capable of, A&M Maroon, and how they've been working in the, exact same records that we've been having.
Couldn't agree with you more, but as we have been talking, the first map, it's finally been decided, and we saw it highlighted over Antarctic for a minute, and we were like, no, we're going to Samoa. And I mean, I don't know if teams have been suddenly liking this map a lot, but recently it's been very well picked and very heavily picked in my last few casts.
I'm okay with that, Ray. Right? I love going to a beautiful tropical paradise. A little bit of a volcano action happening there too. I'm okay with this. Also, it's just a fun map to watch. Being the first control point, very interesting to go along with it as well. Still excited to see what the potential is going to be and what we're going to get out of our two teams when it comes to the hero choice and the hero selection that we're going to be getting here.
Yep. Only time will tell. But as I mentioned on this map specifically, I did cast a game earlier, and it was Orisa via Orisa. We didn't really see much deviation off of that. I think we saw a little bit of Malga, not on this map, but on the downtown looking map. So no surprises here. We are going to see those Orisas, Kurama on that sim just to get the team out, and we'll more than likely be going over to that Tracer. So we'll be in full-on mirror matchups. I feel like I'm watching OWCS all over again, Sam.
I know, we're getting the full treatment. We're getting the full spectacularity of these new metas that are coming into fruition. Texas A&M Maroon versus UNM Esports Cherry. The playoffs have begun, and on Samoa is where the action is going to be starting.
That it is, as the TP does come out, and Illumanos goes over to the Tracer. And I do like the positioning that UNM Esports Cherry is taking, being able to control the stairs, and if they need to go to the point to cap, they have the ability to rotate down and be able to do that. So Maroon needs to take space here.
Not only that, but you have Illuminous poking at them on these off angles, seeing if maybe they could grab a pick here. But neither side has been able to gain the advantage just yet. UNM Esports Cherry in a really good position to get there, are going to be able to capture the point first, but this battle is still far from over. In their face, Barracks, the javelin off, spun away. Quick protection, Suze is going to keep them alive. Now an opportunity comes back around for them. Key Gators gets the first blood on to Swift, and that is UNM Esports Cherry that we know and love.
Yeah, and I think that's just going to be a smart disengage from Texas A&M Maroon. I mean, Illuminous does not get out, unfortunately, but it's smart just to not feed in the ult charge. You kind of gave away that point because UNM just had the better positioning and you got picked early. So I think that was just the smart decision to do. And now I like the Lucio using this rotate to go to high ground because UNM had that other hallway covered very well.
Pulled up to that 100 charge, railgun shot. Just a little bit of damage. Silhouette already has the Kitsune Rush. Just bail UNM Esports if they need to, but it's looking like it's already going to be good enough for them. They're just going to run them right down, get in their faces, and get away with absolute literal murder. There was nothing that Sweff could have been done. Texas A&M Maroon falls once more.
In all honesty, that Kitsune Rush wasn't even needed. They just had the better positioning. They were able to rotate, get on top of some of those players, and Kurama is winning this Tracer duel against Illuminous so far. We will have dueling pulse bombs coming into this next fight. That's one of my favorite interactions, is these Tracers going head-to-head with these pulse bombs in their back pocket.
Me as well. We are starting to see that collection of ultimates for Texas A&M online. Every single last one of them. Pulse bomb goes just a smidge too wide, and Silhouette did have the protection. Suzu, Segs is going to give us that opening. Here's the Terra Surge, but the beat is going to save the day. A counter one from UNM Esports Cherry, but a lot of the damage is already being done here, and brilliant discipline from Texas A&M to not pop every single ultimate. They still have 2 going into the next battle, but a long road ahead of them, Ray, as it's 95% before UNM gives it up.
As Segs is one of the standout DPS stars for A&M Maroon, and they came through big time, got an opening pick under Kurama, followed that up with 2 more, and they didn't pop that overclock as you mentioned, so they have ults to continue to hold here. However, Kagator is going to have the overclock to be able to match Segs, and slowly but surely Silhouette will be able to build to this Kitsune Rush, and that's probably the tool of engagement UNM is looking for to push in this next fight.
This is going to be vital for Texas A&M Maroon. They are in one fight territory. If UNM can close it out here, if they can get this team fight, it is all going to be over. But Texas A&M still has 2 ultimates in their pockets and a third one being built up. Keygator was so close to death, but that overclock is still available and still online. Put into the corner, Sweff has nowhere to go. Kurama wins out against Illuminous, and that's a big, massive pick, but trying to pull them into a Keygator, nowhere left to go. Texas A&M Maroon seeing all of the possible opportunities that are laid in front of them, and Ray, they took advantage of it.
That they did, Sam, and now you're in a position with how long these fights have been taking. You're probably only going to get one more attempt at this if you're UNM. They did bank that Kitsune Rush. They did not use it in that fight. But Illuminous can be the big hero for Maroon, has the pulse bomb. Can he connect this time around?
Connection. Something that we all feel. It's critical moments. Illuminous wins out against Kurama, and that's going to be massive. Here's the Kitsune Rush. Texas A&M Maroon are going to play offside for just a moment, but this Assassin Tracer is just decimating everyone who comes into their sight. And Texas A&M Maroon so close to victory, you can almost taste it.
As Bozeman's going to get out just in time, so you might have an opportunity to touch with your Tracer or your Lucio because you got out just in time as Hockey Flame pops the Kitsune Rush.
Gonna meet them here face to face. And Segs is gonna come out on top against the battle. The Tracer duel of the Century. Kurama is low on health, but someone had to get onto the point to actually be able to touch it. We're gonna see the 2 beats now being expended, but there was no hope for Barracks. No way that they could have survived. Even being stuck, Sweff is just gonna go gold and go into overdrive. Texas A&M Maroon made the comeback here on this first sub point. 100, 0 to 100, quite literally, Ray.
Quite the opening statement made by Texas A&M Maroon. Illuminous really stepped it up after those first couple fights where things didn't really go his way. And another thing to mention is Sweff on this Orisa has been very dominant. Their Terra Surges have been on point, and they come through with a big play when needed. I mean, we saw them get the big pick on the Segs during one of those fights, and I'm just excited to see how this will continue. Right there, that's exactly what I was talking about.
It's beautiful. Multiple times we got that out of Sweff. And you need a tank to pop off and go crazy. A better person to do it than Sweff themselves. And just the way too, Ray, that it felt like Texas A&M were rotating around the site, not really putting themselves into fights that they didn't need to take it. Worked out brilliantly. Now we're seeing some adjustments from UNM Esports Cherry. Kurama is going to be on the Genji this time, and a stark reminder that they are dangerous on this hero. Whether or not they're going to be able to get the full breadth of it is yet to be seen. Already hit with the Javelin Spear. Swef is just not missing.
And they're playing extremely well on this Orisa. They're going to have full control of the point, but Kurama gets Segs down.
Sees their opportunity, and they're going to take full advantage of it here. Texas A&M Maroon once again not going to be able to capture this point first. Kurama showing us what they're capable of with the blade on this Genji. Quick stall from Illuminous before being sent back to the spawn room.
Yeah, to me, if you're going to go for the Tracer, Genji is going to thrive a lot on Kageta and Kurama going after this backline and finding picks where Kageter's throwing down a lot of the damage and Kurama's able to finish off the kills with those blades and getting with the dashes and getting the resets time and time again. In that first fight, it went beautifully. Will they be able to continue to do it is going to be the big question.
Oh, these two Tracers seeing each other. It's actually going to force out a recall from Illuminous. Battle back up on the bridge. Rotating around Squid, eliminating that pesky Genji that's been in their face at what feels like all times. There was no hope for Barracks. They were trying to go for the retreat. They were trying to go for the healing. But UNM Esports, they were just so all over the place, Ray.
Yeah, it just felt like they all scattered when things got crazy. That's not how you need to be if you're going to play this Tracer Genji composition. You have to be on the same page. Maroon, Texas A&M at least has the opportunity with Segs can take different angles. You cannot if you're Genji Tracer.
Still an opportunity here. UNM Esports, another brilliant Javelin, but this time it's going to be from Barracks, and now a massive Terror Surge from Swep to equalize things back around. What a beautiful stick, but it's going to be on both tanks. Both the Reeses mirroring each other and just getting blown to Kingdom Come. But it's still Illuminous who's alive and looking for all of the targets that are possible that have been put in front of them. And it still really feels like no one has the edge just yet. Kurama had just a smidge of HP. Finally pushed away UNM Esports Cherry to get control of the point once more, but this fight is still happening, right? It's still going.
I'm sitting here like, Squid, is he going to die? You guys going to kill him? Is he going to die? And finally, they're able to confirm that kill. There's going to be a lot of percentage gain for UNM Esports, and they didn't use a lot in that fight. All they used was the Pulse Bomb. So momentum shifts drastically in the favor of Esports Cherry as they have so many ults to be able to continue to hold this point with as we enter Final Fight territory.
Absolutely. It's going to be a Kitsune Rush, a desperation move. Barracks sees a Terror Surge and an opportunity to use it. Doesn't get much out of it, but now Kurama, studying the blade, eats them all alive. 15 HP, but they're still going to go for it. They are unstoppable, Ray.
And because of the amount of ults they're able to gain, Barracks is going to go over to the Zarya to try and match Swef on this Orisa, but they still have Kitsune Rush. They still have Sound Barrier, and really you're just hoping Segs can make some hero plays with this overclock, but with Bozeman's Sound Barrier online, that's going to be a very tough ask.
Is it going to end now? Segs, do you have it in our favor? It's going to be so much more difficult chewing through the overhealing of the Sound Barrier from Bozeman, but instead rotate onto site and see what you can fight out on here. But no, swarmed all over, collapsing onto them. UNM Esports Cherry sees victory in sight, and they are going to grasp it out of Texas A&M Maroon's body. We are looking at a tied map number 1 going on to the 3rd sub map, Ray.
Again, we talked about their records being even. We talked about their map difference being even. And now they're even tied up on Samoa, trying to decide who's going to jostle and get the victory on this first map. What more could we be asking for in this Champion Series first round matchup? We know these two are going to be big dogs in this division, and they are showing us on full display after these first 2 maps.
Good Lord. Getting an idea of just what these two teams are capable of. And Texas A&M Maroon had, again, they felt like when they were making that comeback, they felt like they had the ideas in their head. But we were talking about that flexibility, right? We were talking about being able to make those adjustments. And UNM Esports Cherry, it's so obvious that they feel much more comfortable on the composition that they're playing.
I agree, and they're going to continue to keep this Zarya composition. So again, it does really good against the Orisa. You just got to keep that high charge on Barracks, and it's really easy to melt down this Orisa. So I kind of like the idea they're going with, especially because you can give your bubbles to your 2 flankers.
Yeah, and then you just let Keygator do what they do best. Start firing her and blasting away on all cylinders. Karama gonna join that as well. UNM Esports Cherry looking like they may be into it. 47 HP, holding on with a breath of life. Barracks finally brought to heal, but Bo's been looking for safety in their own teammates' arms, and they do manage to find it here. But the point just now being captured by UNM Esports.
Yeah, as you get the late stagger on a Squid, point caps over their favor. A&M Maroon is now going to make a swap over to the Winston. They're going to have Segs go over to the Soldier 76. So that's going to be interesting. So Beerix, there's not going to be as much opportunity to get a lot of bubble charges. There's not as much damage on the field. So, but if you can, it is very easy to melt through that Winston bubble and then Winston conversely.
Feels like anything is possible right now. We've stripped away all pretenses of the Orisa mirror, and we're stripping away all pretenses of Segs maybe being able to get out. You've drawn out the healing station at the very least, but now Karama is going to retreat back over to safety. Keygator has been taken care of and dealt with. Now UNM Esports Cherry, they cannot disperse in the ways that we have seen them do it over and over again. Otherwise, they're going to be picked off one by one, and just like that, the tales have come to fruition. Texas A&M Maroon is going to get this point back.
Segs coming through once again for Texas A&M Maroon, finding that opening pick onto Keygator, really set things up. And he was able to get away and avoid Karama. So just ducking and weaving and then finding the kill does Segs. So now they're in this position where they have the Kitsune Rush to work with. UNM Esports now going to make a swap. They're going to have Beerix go over to the Mauga, and I like this matchup against the Winston. So much damage. I don't know if Winston, if Sweff is going to be able to deal with that.
You have 3 ultimates for UNM. They gotta look at the perfect opportunities to use them. Illuminous hit hard, a massive punch in the face, just able to get the sound barrier off in time. Squid, is being hunted down by Karama regardless. It's still a pick for a pick, but even more dicey for Texas A&M Maroon without having their Lucio. You lose that mobility, you lose the opportunities to get out of there, and even throughout all of this, we still had a commitment of the Kitsune Rush, Ray. Massive mistake.
That it was, and as we're seeing right now, wait, what? They're going to look to just continue to get as much cap as they want. My guess is they know this matchup for Sweff on this Winston is not going to do so well. They're going to pop ults and get as much ult charge as possible.
We're seeing ultimates being popped out all over the place. This is a massive victory for UNM Esports, Ray. They get the point, they survived through, and they got every single ultimate.
Yeah, see, but now we get swaps coming on all sides. Sweff going back over to the Winston. Orisa, now back on the Winston. It's like they saw Beerix is back on the Mauga.
What are we doing?
At the scoreboards, constantly checking which each tank is going to play. In the meantime, Silhouette is down.
And UNM Esports Cherry has already lost the point. This is so back and forth, Ray. A stark reminder of what the heck is going on and what these two teams have done. No way UNM Esports is going to flip this. Someone's got to go and fight them right at this stage, at this point. Keygator's going to be hit by the switch over on the Cassidy, but the reinforcements are arriving, and look how low Barracks already is. They need to find safety. They need to find some form of health coming back towards them, but you've drawn out some of those cooldowns already, and looking towards them, Sweff is going to get back on top of their targets. A swift step is going to find Silhouette safety, and Sweff is not going to give anything here, or any hopes or dreams, as we're now brought into overtime. UNM Esports Cherry somehow holding on, somehow surviving.
Oh no, Sam, the Kitsune Rush was thrown in by Silhouette at the end of that fight. Now you're not going to have that going forward. Major mistake. The one thing they're going to have to hope and pray for is Sweff now goes over to the Orisa, is they can build up to the sound barrier in time. If they can do that, that should buy enough time for Beerix and Keygator to build up to their ultimates.
This is, my eyes are being thrown into 20 different directions. I don't know what's real anymore. A dead eye, maybe the hopes and dreams now relying on this, but you're going to have Beerix here right in their face. Bozeman bails them out with a sound barrier just in time, but a lot of damage is being done and a lot of healing needs to come back to bring this tank back up to full. Keygator throws the pulse bomb, it goes wide, no one hit by it, and somehow we are seeing the return of the century, the return of the Kings. Texas A&M Maroon at the doorstep of their end. have been able to do it, but Barracks is waiting until the last possible moment. Get right in their faces. Kurama is still alive with just a smidge of HP. This is not done yet. Squid, you know, is gonna hunt them down. Get rid of the Genji. Get rid of the hopes and dreams. Now it's all up onto Key Gator's shoulders. A quick recall to save their life, but how much more can you expect this team to do? It is just piecemeal by piecemeal. No one left here. Texas A&M Maroon. It's gonna take map number 1, but my God, what a map number 1.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane, absolutely ridiculous. I don't even know what I witnessed. Like, at some points, I felt like, Sam, I was just watching pure brilliance. And then, like, at the same time, I was watching stuff that made me just question everything I know about. Like, what was that? We got like 2 Kitsune rushes that were absolutely wasted by both of those teams. Yet we had players coming through big time, pop off blades from Kurama, big time push, you know, high noon from Segs, throwing all that damage down onto the incoming Mauga. This was a map for the ages.
Yeah, so going up and touching on the topic of what the heck is going on here, we started off on the Orisa Mirror for quite a long time as well, Ray. I mean, like a long time. But then eventually it was like, okay, well, we don't want to do this anymore. We had our fun on it. We had a good time on it. UNM Esports Cherry was the one that made that first move in making that switch over. And then Texas A&M Maroon decided that, all right, we need to meet them. We need to fight them. And we need to make adjustments of our own. And then eventually it came down into Barracks like, okay, I was playing Zarya, but now I'm going to play Malga. Now I'm going to play this. Now I'm going to play that. What was going on, Ray? Like, that's really what it came down to. It really just came back. It fell onto what they felt most comfortable with.
The funniest thing was, like, I was just like, well, on this map, we've mostly seen the Orisa duel, except when we get to, like, the downtown map, which is exactly what happened. That's when we started to see tank rule. I mean, we literally had at one point where the tanks were basically in spawn looking to see what each other was going to play and trying to swap to counter each other, and then they both just had to commit. So, I mean, that's kind of where we're at in this series. A&M wins a tightly contested first map, 2-1, and I'm just excited to see how this series progresses, because that first map's already taken my breath away, and I just got done casting 5 mappers, so my breath.
Listen, buddy, I could not believe the explosiveness that we've gotten out of that first map. This is still a best of 5. It's still first to 3, and so obviously Texas A&M are in the lead. They have that leg up, but now when we look at our next map, UNM Esports Cherry, they can choose whatever map that they feel like. Now, here's the thing when it comes to UNM Esports Cherry. They are super flexible. They bend, but they don't break a lot. They eventually did on Samoa, but it took quite a while to get there. And obviously, this is a team that really does favor this Tracer Genji DPS lineup and sort of leaving the rest in flux and trying to figure out where the real spirit is going to be. But there's those moments where it feels like UNM Esports Cherry, Ray, they get so lost in the sauce and they're all over the place, and the efforts to corral them back together kind of just fail.
Yeah, I agree. I think we definitely were running into those issues of your UNM Cherry. It felt like when the fights broke out and got chaotic and crazy, A&M was able to coalesce and get on the same page quicker than UNM was, and that's what it really boiled down to in that first map. So, you know, with how close that was, those are the adjustments you need to make. It's just making sure when you break out into those crazy matches, your comms are clear, everyone's listening and on the same page, and you have a chance to get right back into the series with A&M.
Yeah, you're going to have to. And that's the big thing that I think we also have to talk about was that first sub-map on Volcano. It was so close. UNM Esports Cherry was at 95%. But then Texas A&M Maroon flipped the switch. I don't know whatever happened there. Swift decided that, all right, I'm going to become the Orisa Supreme. And went from 0 to 100, stole their dreams. And you got to wonder if you're UNM Esports Cherry, if you're like cursing the day, ruining the day that you let that slip through your fingers. Thankfully, though, they were able to find their footing. They switched back to a composition that they know and love, one that we've seen a lot, and especially one that we saw a lot against the Slugs. It was just being able to take that next step when we got to that clock tower that just weren't quite able to get there. And so what a map that was. And the fact that we're still able to talk about it so much, Ray, just goes to show you what we were really in for on that first map.
Couldn't agree with you more. So that's just going to paint a picture for how this series is going to develop. Second map type is going to be Escort. And we do know that 2 maps have been banned. We got Dorado being banned and Junkertown also being banned. Now that I'm looking at it, we actually have that next map pick coming in, and I am quite literally surprised at this map pick because there was just a developer update the other day, Sam, and this map was kind of on the list for maps people wanted reworked. Not a lot of people like this map. So we'll go ahead and let you guys know it will be Havana for the next map pick.
Yeah, I think UNM Esports Cherry decided that they wanted to get in on this map before they go for the rework. Regardless of what we've seen from this team, though, Ray, I do have to say that it's interesting that they decide to go for this. It's interesting that they decide to choose this, right? You think especially about the way that this map is played. You get into the face, you get into their spawn, if you're the defending team, and then you try to take as much time away as possible before they can even get out of the gas station. But for what we've been seeing out of UNM Esports Cherry, they're kind of diving, right? Possibly in a lot of instances. And so when you look at the verticality of this map and the different angles that you could possibly take, how is that going to favor them? Especially when Texas A&M Maroon does so much better when it comes to poking, when it comes to taking advantage of these longer sight lines.
As we're going to have to see, I mean, we have noticed that when you get to some of these more escort type maps, Sigma tends to be the mainstay just because it's so pokey and so long range, but doesn't look like we're going to be getting, I mean, as I say that, A&M Maroon swaps over to that, which I find very interesting because they are going to have the Sojourn, which makes sense on a map with this Sigma-based composition. But they also have a Luminous on the May. So you're going to have a lot of protection for your Sigma and the ability to wall off anyone, either trying to wall someone away from your Sigma or isolate someone and get them down quickly. As we'll see, but it looks like UNM might want to stick to their guns on this Zarya composition.
It worked out well for them at one point, but Barracks was not getting any of the energy when it came to Clock Tower. They realized the secret formula and the secret sauce, how it needed to have happened there. Barracks going to be hit by the accretion rock. So much damage being front loaded on top of them, and they just are not able to save Karama in time. No bubbles to give them any fruition, and in fact forced back into the spawn room just to be able to find some of their own health and wait for Karama to get there.
Close hold coming in strong. You don't see it a lot on the Sigma, but it is working out beautifully as UNM, if they can just find one opening pick, it's going to be the catalyst, the go button to really get this fight going and get some cart progress.
Ooh, but Barracks sees an opportunity and they seize it in an iron grip. Squidgino is out of there. Still a really phenomenal pick. Segs is holding onto this high ground. Finally going to be pushed off, but they're still delaying this for as long as they possibly can. For Texas A&M, I mean, you've drawn off a decent amount of time.
At the end of the day, you're still going to be able to take a fight at this next corner where you normally would have anyway, and you waste a whole minute off the clock. So feels like all things considered a big win-win for A&M Maroon, and they're getting close to this window, this flux. I think that was a well-taken gambit from A&M Maroon.
And Keygator deciding that Widowmaker was not going to be the play. Onto the Soldier 76. But like you said, Texas A&M Maroon are going to be able to meet UNM Esports Cherry once more, just as they're getting across the bend. And Squidge, you know, loves taking on this Genji, but not only that, they love winning against this Genji. And now, a lot of the pressure taken away, but Illuminous was stuck there. It's back and forth. These Lucios are feeling like the ones who are in charge of the destinies of their own team. Barracks, insane that they want to use that Graviton Surge without anyone there to be able to provide them any focus fire or any support. And not only that, they're pushed off by Hockey Flame's amplification matrix. And so everything that's happening here is somehow in the favor of UNM Esports. They haven't fallen just yet. Karama thrown into a tizzy, They do manage to finally cut down their target as the blade is being put up. Illuminus needs to find their wall and needs to find some form of safety. It's not going to be given to them. And Ray, what I thought was a massive mistake from UNM Esports Cherry, especially Barracks, turned out to be their safety.
So that was quite an interesting fight, Sam. So the Graviton Surge forces out the Ant Matrix. So then those two kind of cancel each other out. Then you use the Kitsune Rush to force out the sound barrier. And because of that, that gives Kurama a free blade and he's able to take full advantage of it. So Maroon, you know, like you said, it kind of looked like a mistake, but it was actually pretty sneaky and pretty smart of them.
See, that's what we have you here for, Ray. Help us explain everything. And Ski Gator, on a sneaky approach of their own, eliminates Segs, who is inside of their overclock. Key Gator is going to be able to pick up the Mega Pack and bring their health all the way back up to full. It feels just like right now, Ray, UNM Esports has free real estate.
That they do, and the Zarya charged up, putting a lot of pressure down onto the Stigma. Immortality Field is now out, so you're not going to have that engagement. Segs finds Kagator.
Yeah, I had enough of losing out to the soldier. Decides that they're going to do it better themselves. Bringing back up to full Barracks, this massive 100 charge beast of a Zarya is just going to get into the face of all of the targets that they possibly can and start chewing them up, but it's not going to happen. Swift is going to do some work of their own. This Sigma is going to start singing some melodies.
Yeah, the closer spawns plus the Segs just being able to constantly be on the off angle, finding picks, which is coming through so strong. However, this next fight, we're going to be seeing a lot of ultimates thrown into this fight. I need to see this Graviton Surge. I need to see them take advantage of it this time around, because we saw what happened last time. It basically was just used to force out ults.
Need to get that full massive utility from UNM. Hey, that's a really good start though. Segs eliminated. Illuminus is still in your backline, but now we have that Graviton Surge being expended. Illuminus does have a Pulse Bomb. A Graviton Surge is going to go up in the air, but no one is going to go down from anything just yet. With Swift's Graviton that has swung everything into the favor, Gravitic Flux has swung everything to the favor of Texas A&M Maroon. UNM Esports Cherry, again, we see this team race struggle. They just go all over the place.
Yeah, it felt like, once again, it's just, as you mentioned, they kind of just scatter. Their comms during these chaotic fights aren't super clear and people aren't seem to be following, you know, the calls, but they have stockpiled 4 ultimates in this next fight. This is their opportunity, but it's going to take 2 fights to get this point. So you have to make sure they use these ults judiciously.
Getting up here. Gator is going to give us our first look at Tactical Visor. They are so tired of Segs. They're going to get rid of them. Up in the air, the Immortality Field now has been used, but both of the supports so dangerously low for Texas A&M. But talking about this payload that needs to find movement, Barracks is gone. Texas A&M Maroon is feeling very much in charge of this map so far.
That they are, as the late stagger on Kurama comes through. 50 seconds left on the clock. Switches now coming in. UNM Barracks is gonna go over to the Orisa, while Kagator is going to play the Cassidy. So you have the ability with this Orisa Cassidy, a lot of damage, and the ability to use this Lucio to get in the face of this Sigma and make things tough, while also still having the ability to poke on this high ground.
Kurama needs to know, though, that they have a Segs with a Tactical Visor. At the very least, you've gotten rid of Squid, and now you're gonna get rid of Segs. Now one more Kurama needed to come in with the blade, and they have. It's not over yet, Ray, for UNM Esports Cherry. There's still a chance here for Texas A&M.
Segs going over to the Genji. They're going to be able to touch Illuminus. Is going to have the Pulse Bomb. And Squidgino likely going to build up to this sound barrier. Can they make do with what they're coming out on is going to be the big question. Swift also close to that Flux.
Beat in their face, trying to get as much cart progress as you possibly can. Here it is, a nice protection. Suzu is going to keep them alive through it. Silhouette sees the head of Illuminus. No more Tracer, but now we have Squid using that sound barrier. But it may not be enough here to save the day for the rest of the team. Barracks is going to be in their face. A lot of damage is put on them, but the mission has been accomplished. The final few meters is here for Point B. UNM Esports Cherry, not done yet.
big time plays coming out of Silhouette. Gets the big time Suzu on, it was on Kagator, who got pulsed, and they came in with the Suzu to protect them, and then found the kill on to Illuminous and set things up to be able to cap that point. So well done by Silhouette. As we now move into point number 3, we have some swaps coming in. Both teams now on Sigma, and Illuminous is going to go over to the Ash, who already finds an opening pick on a Kagator.
Taking advantage and abusing the range that you can afford yourself as the Ash. Now an amplification matrix just to sweeten the deal even further. Merrick seeing a chance maybe to get out of there. Silhouette swift steps over, needs to use up protection. Suzu goes for the pack, and now they've been brought to heal as well. UNM Esports Cherry collapsing, but 30 more seconds, Ray. One more fight.
They do get 2 picks here, and which is looking really good. And the Suzu comes in. This is actually an opportunity
Silhouette
for
is
Esports
insane.
Cherry to push in.
Silhouette has saved this team so many times with that protection Suzu over and over again. There is an opening, there is a way to get back in here, and especially more so when you find that double kill.
And they have so many ults to work with this Maroon. Use the Flux, use the window, and they had heroes swapping around. Swift now gonna go over to the Winston, but is it going to be enough? You're gonna have the ability to dive Kurama and Kagator, but can they make it happen?
Gonna have to. Something's gonna have to happen here. One team is going to have to give. Up in the air. It's gonna happen once more. Kurama has the sound barrier. They've been pushed off, but they're not done. They want everything and more. They want to get rid of Illuminous. You push them back in, but now you're gonna dive up all the way into the air. An accretion rock. Swev has been brought down onto the ground. UNM Esports Cherry, the finish line in their face, but Bob is going to be a contentious fellow to have to deal with and may delay cart progress long enough for Texas A&M Maroon to fight it out here. Up in the air, a gravitic flux, but not enough as the reinforcements are coming in for Texas A&M. We're going to see Squidgy using the sound barrier, and in their dying breath, Illuminous using Bob has somehow done it, has somehow prevented UNM Esports Cherry from being able to get the cherry on top and getting that point all the way.
Who would have thought Bob coming in as the hero? Illuminous being able to build up to that just in time to allow the cart to be just stalled long enough for everyone to get back on this side of A&M, and they're able to stop UNM from capping all 3, which is very big. Havana is a very hard map to cap, so if you would have gotten to that point, it would have been looking pretty bleak for A&M Maroon. So you put yourself in a position to, you have your win condition. Basically just bring it to the end here, and you're going to be up 2-0 on UNM Esports Cherry.
It's still a long way, Ray. I'm a little tongue twisted, a little tongue tied out of just what we've gotten. We've just gotten done with UNM Esports attack, and we still got to go through Texas A&M's attack. It feels like we're getting every single last possible second out of all of the possibilities that can be afforded to us from this series.
I kid you not, I'd love to see the replays on this and like just the time that each map has been, because it feels like we're getting like the max amount of time on every map so far. So I am excited to see how this series progresses. It looks like for the side of UNM Esports Cherry, they are also looking to close spawn hold here, but they are going with a different composition. They're going Mauga, and they're going to go with a pharmacy to be able to do this.
I never thought I'd see a Reinhardt. What a pin! And Silhouette just enough life? No way, Sweff is still living through all of that. But for UNM Esports Cherry, they have lost Kiriko. They've now lost. They're losing a lot here. They're bleeding. They're hemorrhaging.
Now their Gambit doesn't feel as good. You just fed so much ult charge to Maroon, and they picked you apart in less than 30 seconds. So that doesn't feel as good as UNM's going to make some swaps. Beerix over to the Orisa. Kagator going over to the Bastion. Kurama back on the Tracer. So because A&M Maroon is on this Reinhardt, this Bastion can be extremely dangerous and very hard for Sweff to keep his shield up and healthy.
I can't believe that we are getting a Reinhardt for as long as we have.
Okay, I stand Reinhardt.
100% agree. It's just such a phenomenal surprise, and now Illuminous is going to try and be that assassin factor to throw UNM Esports into chaos. No chaos to be found, nothing to be given. Swef in 20 different directions, thrown and tossed around. Seg still has control of that high ground, and no one really getting rid of them just yet.
And they know Segs is up there. This is a very dangerous situation to be in as Silhouette gets up there and takes down Segs. Big stagger.
Humongous, but you still have a lot of damage that has been dealt to this team. I think what's even more impressive is how determined Swef is on this Reinhardt. Kurama for the high ground, looking for the opportunity on this pulse bomb. Maybe denied for a second here. It's going to land on top of the TP and get rid of that. Now we have the Coalescence giving life from Hockey Flame and putting the damage and the beatdown onto Barracks. Quick cleanup here from Segs, and now just need to go over and find the rest. This Earth Shatter could be the key that is going to seal the deal, bring them down onto the ground, and indeed so. Inside of the turret form, Gator's not going to find anything. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but Reinhardt, it is good to see you, buddy.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. That shatter was literally meant to just stop Gator on the Bastion, and Kurama blinked into it. That feels bad, but I think now that you're in the situation, you got first point, you got to swap off the Ryan. Yep, this is going to be a much easier hero Sigma to deal with Gator on this Bastion. You have your deployable shield and your E essentially to deal with all this damage in that turret configuration form.
Art making slow but steady progress. Wall, it's going to keep Swef from going too far in the background. Is the Terra Surge and Immortality. Oh, what a brilliant TP from Illuminous. Completely negating the effects from Barracks. Now we're going to have to see what this artillery strike is going to find off of the back of it. And instead, it's going to be Segs on the high ground. So close to getting Bozeman. They're right there. They don't get out. They find their target. They find what they need to. Texas A&M making phenomenal progress.
So far, they have been clinical, all on the same page, hunting down their targets. They're going to have to take one more fight as we see Barracks. They're now on the Sigma. We got Kurama on the May. Kagator's still going to stick on the Bastion, which I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I mean, Illuminous is on the Sim, and they're making it work, so I won't try and say nothing about that.
Again, we're talking about comfortability. We're talking about what works best for you. It was right there, Kagator, cursing the day that those walls have been built up against them, and now trying to get into the face of Swef. Kagator so close to safety. Their opponent finding theirs, but them not being able to do it for themselves. UNM Esports Cherry all over the place. No longer all over the place. All gone. Texas A&M Maroon, point B, and so much time left.
Squidgy finding a 3K in that fight, and they did it without having to commit basically anything, Sam. So just their target focus in these crazy chaotic fights is absolutely on point. Kagator now on the Widow, trying to, hunt for picks now that you have this high ground to work with. But A&M has just a war chest of ults to continue to push here, and they're just getting free cart progress.
Yeah, they really are, it feels like. And towards down on the ground below, Kagator not finding much value out of the Widowmaker just yet, but it's still early times, and now it's going to become even more difficult with Squid sound barrier. Going to push them forward, the wall to try and delay the damage from approaching. Bozeman does get rid of Squid but look at how far this cart has gone. And now it's may potentially end. Segs need to rotate and find safety. The last throws as this Blizzard comes out, gets rid of Barracks. They may have fallen, but they did the damage that needed to be done.
Yeah, they made the plays they needed to set their team up. One more fight is what it's going to take for A&M to be up 2-0 in this series and make a huge statement coming in to the Champions playoffs.
Right there. Minutes and 35 seconds, a photon barrier. It's going to provide them safety from the other side, from the high ground. It's going to force UNM Cherry to now meet them. Their attack! Bozeman brought up in the air, the sound barrier! Popped far too soon. It had to save Barracks. And now for Texas A&M, really, really good timing from them to be able to take their fight. But even throughout all of this, UNM Esports Cherry are going to survive. They're going to breathe. They're still looking to stop Texas A&M.
Yeah, Kurama and Kigator coming through big on the Echo and Widow plays as Texas A&M trying to set themselves up, but they threw pretty much everything into that fight. Luminous over on the Widow now and gets picked off by Kigator. That's another 10 seconds off the clock as Texas A&M basically gets 2 more attempts at this push. They got to build up to more ultimates. They are working with nothing right now.
Looking up in the air. Targets to be. Opportunities abound. Kigator is just doing so much damage. And the Kurama is there to be able to finish them off. But Kigator doesn't need to worry about finishing anyone off. As long as they're landing headshots like this, UNM Esports Cherry Ray has found their confidence. And they are getting in the face of Texas A&M.
Yeah, you got to find a way to limit what Kigator's doing on this Widow. Segs is now going to go over to the Cassidy, but is it going to be enough? You're not going to be able to win the poke battle with the Widowmakers we're already seeing.
Oh my goodness! You ripped the head right off the shoulders of Hockey Flame, and Kigator's hungry for more. They have their ultimate online and available. No one giving them a chance to be able to use this. Oh my god!
That's ridiculous. Oh my goodness!
Give me a break, Kigator. This one Widowmaker, this one player is single-handedly throwing Texas A&M into pure and utter chaos.
Yeah, and now you're in a situation where you pretty much brought it to 2 fights again because of how far you pushed the payload back, and they're gonna have both duplicate and grab to work with.
This is even more genius.
Insane.
Kigator has pushed themselves into a different direction. This is last chance territory for Texas A&M. They were so close to fighting up against UNM Esports, but that gravitic flux is going to make it so much more difficult, even with the barrier up now. Barracks, far too aggressive, far too eager. But Kigator is not missing these shots, not if they can help it. Kurama brought out of the duplicate from the Lucia, but no!
Whoa!
Ray touched the cart! I cannot believe the C9 that we have just been given. University of New Mexico Esports Cherry. 3 minutes and 40 seconds that they had to fight against Ray. And now we have a tied series here in our playoffs matchup.
All right, Sam. I ask you this once again. What the heck am I watching?
I don't know, man. I don't know anymore. I don't know. We got a certified NECC C9 moment.
These first 2 maps have just been absolutely chaotic in like the best way possible. And I mean, it sucks to see a map end on a C9 like that, but what a 2 maps coming out of these 2 teams, evenly matched. We talked about it, even records, even map differences, and now they are all tied up, heading into map number 3 here at NECC. And with that, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. And I say that because Ray and I needed like 5 minutes just to understand what was going on. We also got a masterclass of Widowmaker from Kigator. Look at this. Every single shot from them. And Ray, I think we can safely award the fact that what happened there on Havana and UNM Esports Cherry's win was thanks to the efforts of Kigator. Only that, but it's also tied the series up against Texas A&M Maroon 1-1.
Yeah, all through the efforts of Kigator, completely setting things up on that Widowmaker. However, can they continue this positive momentum? We have Flashpoint as our next map, and shocker, we're going to Saravasa.
Yeah, not much of a shocker actually, right? It's kind of the Flashpoint map. It's kind of the place where teams feel comfortable with, and I don't really even know what to call anymore at this point, Ray. I think we've gotten almost every single hero out of the pool that we could possibly get. We're seeing heroes. Listen, we've seen Reinhardt tonight.
Where's my Torbjorn at? I haven't seen him yet.
Honestly, I'm surprised that we haven't seen Torbjorn. I am shocked. Okay, we got Reinhardt before we got Torbjorn. This is once again, this is just everything and then some. We're throwing all of it in the kitchen sink and just seeing what sticks. For UNM Esports Cherry, I think what even makes it crazier, Ray, is that their win on Havana is a C9.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. Very sad for Texas A&M. I'm thinking about it, Sam, and outside of Torbjorn, have we seen every single DPS in the lineup? Like, trying to think. I'm like, trying to think of any other DPS we haven't seen. Like, this is how insane and how crazy this series has been so far. Oh, no, we saw Farah.
Like, yeah, we saw Farah. We saw Farah. We've gotten Echo, May, Widowmaker, Cassidy, Soldier, Tracer, Genji. I mean, we've been getting the whole spectacular showing of almost every single tank and almost every single DPS. The only thing that is rock solid, steady, has been the support lineup. The Kiriko, Baptiste, and always, without a doubt, Lucio. But that's what I'm saying, Ray. What can we even say anymore at this point about what we're getting out of these teams? They're so ready to make changes at the flip of a coin that it kind of not only throws us into disarray, it may even be able to throw their enemy into that disarray. I mean, we had that first map where the tanks were counter swapping against each other.
Yeah, it's definitely been a series. I feel like the only heroes we haven't seen tank wise are like Diva and Doomfist and like obviously Wrecking Ball, but it's been insane. And
we had Doomfist, Ray. We had Doomfist.
Oh yeah, you're right. To contest pretty quickly, you're right. We did have some Doomfist, but in a Maroon seems like they're going back to the old tried and true in this meta, which is that Orisa. UNM Esports Cherry sticking to their guns in general of what they'd like to play, which is this Zarya. Zarya matches up very well against the Orisa, so I think Texas A&M may be in for a wake-up call, but you never know.
At this point, I don't know anything. Okay, Sweff, you played my heart a little bit there.
I swear, I feel like with this series, we could just throw anything I've ever known as a color caster out the window. Like, this series is just...
And listen, I honestly would not have been surprised had Sweff walked out of Mountain. I don't know anything anymore. But what I do know is that we have a map number 3 in front of us and a barracks that is being hammered into next week. It feels like a barrier is going to come up to give Kurama valuable charge to barracks. A charge, much more they're going to be able to grab out of it is yet to be seen. Sweff sees Bozeman on the flank and on the approach, but now ready to get into their face. That javelin being beautifully stopped by the bubble from barracks. Kurama's alive, and now Kurama looking towards the back line, and they are chewing him up.
Yeah, chewing them up and spitting them right back to the spawn doors. That is Kurama. That's the thing. Barracks was doing a great job of not trying to put himself in a vulnerable position, allowing Kigator to poke, find a pick, allowing Kurama to get on top of that and follow up. And they're just playing it well. And now This is where Burix is going to be able to take more of a stranglehold position. You'll be able to rotate better toward these heroes and be able to build up that charge better and put much more pressure onto this Orisa.
Massive mistake from Keygator. So far separated from the rest of the team that no one was able to bail them out. Texas A&M Maroon, immaculate calls to go and fight for them. Segs ain't missing either. They're channeling their inner Keygator that we had from the last map. And my goodness gracious, we are getting some rootin' tootin' cowboy shooting.
That we are. I just still remember Jeff Bullskunk, the other caster for NECC, when he was talking about the Zarya comp that was being played in Korea. It's like Rudy Tooty Bubble Shooty. I love it. Seg's taking down Kagator.
I'm loving that too. Seg's really showing up in force on this Cassidy. Like these massive, valuable picks for Texas A&M Maroon, getting more and more percentage valuable. Every single one counting as much as it can.
As both teams have been stockpiling 5 versus 5 when it comes to these ultimates, but Hockey Flame's the first to go down.
And Hockey Flame didn't even get the Kitsune rush out. Kagator cut the head off right at the approach and now needed to get in their face. Swef has that Terror Surge, but knows that they need to wait for the bubble and that they need to wait for the sound barrier to go. Oh my goodness gracious, what a bevy of ultimates that we got from Texas A&M.
And because UNM was able to steal the point in the meantime, they have an opportunity to re-push here and take it back. And that cost every single ultimate that Texas A&M had. As did they just leave the point? Do they think they've got it? Because Kurama's right here.
Okay, it's a pick for a pick. Both teams a little humbled, feeling some of that pain. Oh, this is just easy pick'ems at this point. You go in for the blade, you go in on the gravitic flux, and then you just give them the old Kitsune rush. It was a 1-2 punch from UNM Esports Cherry, and their patience, their diligence, and their discipline paid off with the first flashpoint.
I am legitimately flabbergasted, Sam. Do they think they just had that point in their hand? Like, why did they all just abandon it? That blows my mind. It feels like a huge mistake from A&M Maroon because it just forfeited all the positioning.
That they did, and then they just walked right into... That was like the best opportunity that Barrick saw too, was let me just go ahead and get a valuable Graviton Surge. Now moving forward, oh my god, what a javelin from Swef. It literally threaded the needle to hit this cowboy. And now Keygator attacked on all sides because, well, no one's alive, and neither are they. UNM Esports Cherry may have got the previous flashpoint. Texas A&M Maroon is out for blood.
Yeah, and they're able to win that and force out every ultimate UNM Cherry had. So Texas A&M for these next couple of fights are going to be in such a strong position. If they play this right, they could just ride the momentum of the ult economy they're going to have to a first point capture and tie this up 1-1.
Segs punching back again on this Cassidy. UNM Esports Cherry trying to find safety, and especially even more so in the numbers that they're afforded. Texas A&M Maroon not making that same mistake twice, Ray. They are not pushing too far away from this point.
Nah, they're being smart, but once again, as I mentioned, Maroon just has the ults to be able to commit here. The question is, when do they look to pull the trigger? And it's now.
That's a trigger that's been pulled, but both Cassidys, no more cowboys here. Swef giving us a Terror Surge, and a lot of damage has been done. That Texas A&M Maroon can just pick up and eliminate the stragglers. Winning out against this Kiriko Illuminous on fire, and Texas A&M Maroon. Well, Ray, I think I'm going to say this a lot more times tonight, but we are tied 1-1.
That we are, and the best part, if you're A&M Maroon, you get a really good point spawn, which is going to be ruined, so you can just rotate back to that and take your positioning very easily, and it only costs you 2 ults to keep that point, so you have 3 more to commit to this next fight. It puts UNM at that much more of a disadvantage.
Let the Kitsune guide you. The power of the Foxes may be able to give Texas A&M Maroon the win here. Kurama has the blade, but now with only 22 HP and a sound barrier, nowhere for them to run. So much damage was thrown in their face, and no one is stopping Squid. You know, Texas A&M Maroon. Oh my god, they're firing on all cylinders.
That they are, and they still have a pulse bomb to work with. The ult economy does shift back to UNM, but I mean, you're able to take a whole point and start building up progress. Probably going to get about halfway to the second point before UNM is even able to flip this point back. This is all just gravy for A&M.
Descending from the skies above, Bozeman is going to give us a sound barrier, but Silhouette does not have the benefits of that overhealing, needing to get some healing of their own, and what a stick onto Keygator. There's not going to be enough. Sweff is eliminated, and so too is Segs. There's really not much more left in the tank for Texas A&M. Whatever's left in the tank, they're going to try and fight it out until they realize that the point has been flipped.
Yeah, they're still going to get all the way to 42%, so not too bad. They'll be able to recommit. They're going to have the high noon to work with. They'll get a Terra Surge, but they're going to be walking down the face of a Kitsune Rush.
Here it is. Kitsune Rush, Silhouette, dangerously low on health once more. The Foxes have given them life, and now it's time to get into the face of Illuminous. They're looking at all different angles. A high noon, possible targets, possible strategies. You catch Bozeman out, and now you're gonna stick the magnetic grenade onto Kurama. But the damage is still being dealt in a multitude of different ways, and even through the efforts of Segs, Sweff is gone, and now they need to pull back once more.
Yeah, you can't really afford to push that with your tank being down. You are going to be having some key ultimates coming online, but Kurama, 10% to this blade. Sam and Squid, is still a good ways away from the sound barrier. They get aggressive here with it. They can slice and dice and make this a 2-1.
Final 10%. Keygator is going to give us a lesson in what can be done with an overclock. Maybe, potentially. No, instead it's going to get right in their face. Sweff has to stop this from getting anything out of there. And Kurama is going to be the one to try and swing things back into the favor of UNM Esports, but it's going all over the place. Sweff is not missing with these javelins. And just like that, Texas A&M Maroon has control of the flashpoint.
Again, I feel like in the chaos, Kurama pulls the blade, is not able to flip the point, and now you don't have that as an engagement tool for this next fight. I mean, you're going to be able to trade sound barrier for sound barrier, but just when things were looking so good for the Lobos, it's now just looking so bad. Illuminous Pulse Bomb can really set things up. We've seen what he did with the last one.
That is unreal. How does Sweff keep hitting these javelins? I don't know, but I need to get a masterclass lesson. And now they're going to javelin spin Barracks into the exact position that they want to be in. Bozeman has to use the sound barrier to keep them alive, but Texas A&M Maroon, holding back for just a little bit longer, is going to get so much more out of their own sound barrier. And what better way to do it than in overtime once more, Ray? Texas A&M Maroon, though, as soon as they pick up these stragglers, are now on map point.
Yeah, to make this a 2-1, and I still think back to that previous map, this could be a whole different story. If they didn't C9, they might have been able to bring that map to fruition. So A&M, as we now looks like the next point is going to be Gardens. So I think that's a favorable position for UNM because Texas A&M Maroon's not going to be able to get there fast enough to set up. Look, UNM's already there.
Close engagements, close entries here. Final chance for UNM Esports Cherry. They need to do it now. They've already got a good leg up here. Squid is gone. Now it's time to get rid of the rest. Texas A&M Maroon. Ooh, good shot from Segs, but not going to be good enough to stop UNM Esports Cherry from catching the point.
That it is not, and with these late staggers, this is only going to be that much better for UNM. They have a lot of ultimate stockpiling, but so does A&M. So you're in this opportunity for both teams is getting aggressive with one of these ultimates and someone making a big time play. I was going to say Kurama's the one I'm looking at, but he gets pulse bombed by Illuminous.
In 20 different directions. Barracks does have this Graviton Surge. It's time to get into the face of Segs, prevent them from getting any value out of that Deadeye. And now you've taken away the value of their own life, but the Barracks Javelin Spin eats everything, and then some massive value once more from Sweff. And that needle is continuing to be applied over and over again as Kurama just pulls the blade. It may have swung things back into the favor of UNM Esports.
I am flabbergasted, Sam. I was literally about to sing like another wasted ult from Kurama. Why you
I was
keep
about to
committing
that.
these, and they completely turn it around.
Ray, it's Suravasa. We're 1-1 in the series. Now we are 2-2 on this map.
Oh,
Final
man.
chance. One more opportunity for both of these teams.
What a time to be in the Champions Division for NECC Overwatch as teams are trying to make their way through the bracket and look to pick up a championship. As we're going to be coming to this next fight, Kagator, who's on the Bastion, is going to have that artillery strike online, but I mean, that Orisa Javelin spin's a good tool to try and deal with it.
We're back. We're being brought back into chaos once more. Squidgy, no. Seeing a sound barrier, and now Bozeman is going to respond in kind. Again, UNM Esports getting just that little bit more out of it. Illuminous was so close, and Silhouette is not letting the Tracer live. Barracks, 89 charge. It's so low for Sweat, but somehow getting away just in the nick of time. Not for long. Not if Kurama has anything to say about it. UNM Esports Cherry, final flashpoint, gonna be theirs.
Yeah, the one thing we've been praising A&M is for having really good focus fire when the fights get scrappy, and in that one, they could not find the kills. Barracks was so low, and so was Kurama for the longest time, and it took them way too long to confirm those kills. So now you're in a situation where you're Maroon. You got to find a lot of value out of this incoming Terra Surge, but this Kurama Blade, no sound barrier, is going to go strong.
Now for UNM Esports Cherry, a Tracer that has been dealt with. Leaving Segs trapped inside of a room. Going to easily eliminate them. And Kurama has the blade, but practicing immense discipline. Not going to be able to get out of that, and this could be Texas A&M Maroon's opportunity to swing the pendulum back in their favor.
That it is, and you force the Suzu out, so now you can get a really big Terra Surge here.
Just good enough that Silhouette has no way to get any safety. Keygator, I applaud the initiative. I applaud the attempt. I also would like to see maybe a switch off the Bastion.
Yeah, you do get this forced into one final fight territory, and Texas A&M threw a lot into that fight. You have to hope somehow Squid is going to build to a sound barrier in time before Kurama pulls this blade, or it's going to be all but over for Texas A&M.
Kurama has the blade. We know that they can get massive value out of this. They're choosing to be reserved, waiting for the Graviton Surge. But even throughout all of this, what does Texas A&M Maroon do? They spread out, and now you're just seeing the power of Segs in full display. That was a misstep from UNM Esports Cherry. Texas A&M Maroon survives.
Wow, now you're going to have the duplicate going up against a sound barrier. Things have just flipped in the blink of an eye for Texas A&M Maroon, where it looked like it was very favorable for UNM Cherry. Now it feels like it could go either way. Final fight territory for both of these teams.
Illuminous has the duplicate online and available for them. Is going to be the sound barrier from Bozeman to give them the fight to get onto the actual site. Illuminous duplicating the Bastion, building up and going inside of the turret form. It's just gonna gun down everyone in front of them, but the damage too much. Now up in the skies, just enough to get rid of Silhouette, but Hockey Flame is also gonna be a casualty. It's back and forth as the picks aren't coming in, but it all is in favor of Texas A&M Maroon. We're seeing the superiority from the Lobos on full display. And Ray inside of overtime, 3-2. Texas A&M Maroon now on series point.
Whew, another close, nail-biting map for Texas A&M Maroon as they go up 2-1 in this series. And again, I go back to that C9 sound. We could have been looking at a possible 3-0 as A&M has just been making a statement against the Lobos. I mean, I knew both of these were big-time players, but to come in this series, I know it's been close, but where you could have been in a possibility of 3-0ing a team like UNM, it says a lot for what Maroon's been able to do today, Texas A&M.
We've been getting some insane moments, insane timings, and insane plays over and over. Back and forth, the rope is being tugged. Texas A&M Maroon, it's in their favor, but for UNM Esports Cherry, a team that can absolutely not be counted out until the very final moment. And exemplified here, especially on Suravasa. It may not have been the 99-99 overtime rate, but it was practically there. And for what we're getting out of these teams and just the way that Texas A&M Maroon plays and the ideas that they have in their head to how they want to be able to give themselves different moments of advantages and different ways of being able to manipulate things back into their favor, it's no wonder that these teams have made it as far as they have. And again, you're looking at the season record that we've gotten out of both of these teams are dead even. And of course, we're getting literal dead even matches.
As UNM backs against the wall, Push is that next map type coming in. We have the map pick coming in from the Lobos, and we are going. Did I hear that right?
We're getting, yeah. I think we're still trying to figure out what our push map is going to be. We don't have very many options for the push maps, but we're gonna get that locked in relatively soon here. But
literally, each team gets a ban, so it's like each team bans map, and it's whatever's left over. So
thankfully, we're getting a new push map sometime in the future. So
we are. They already announced it. Season 11. We're getting Runasapa.
Yeah. So hey, new push map, and of course changes to old push maps. But regardless, like you said, Ray, push could be our final game mode of the evening. One more map for Texas A&M Maroon to win the series here and advance in the playoffs, right? Unfortunately for UNM Esports Cherry, it's going to be the end of the road, the NECC. And so a lot that's going to be riding on the line here for UNM to be able to choose the map that they feel most comfortable on, the map that they are going to be able to get the most utility out of the playstyle that we've seen from this team so far, Ray, which does sort of lean towards getting massive value out of Karama on the Genji, or even looking towards Keygator and some of the ways that they can get away on a Widowmaker, or finding the right sight lines to be able to abuse different hit scan heroes.
But we do now have that map pick coming in. Esperanza is going to be where this could possibly all come to a conclusion, as this has been one incredible series up to this point. I mean, I feel like this just can't be the end. This series deserves a map 5. Like, I hope the Lobos are able to force a map number 5, man. This series deserves it.
It absolutely does deserve it. It's a series that has been just giving and giving and giving, Ray. I mean, you see across the line and across the board at just what these teams have been giving us. And I would hate for it to end on push. And I would hate for UNM Esports Cherry to not bring us all of the way. It's their map choice. It's where they feel like they can get the most value and the best odds of them being able to bring us into that map 5, into that hybrid game mode. But it's still, it's just I'm all over the place right now, Ray. I don't really know what to say anymore.
What I think is the funniest thing is we still could be in for 3 more maps. We could see UNM force a map 5, and then we could get a draw on hybrid, and then have control decide on map number 6. So
give me a break.
Can't wait
to
do
this anymore.
I can't wait to see what this series is going to bring us, because I feel like with the craziness and just insanity we've seen from this series, it would not be surprising to me if that's the path this series goes.
I wouldn't be surprised either. It's all split down the middle. Both sides giving us everything that they possibly have and then some. All of the different heroes on display. All of the different prowess of understanding given to us. And now in the final moments, Texas A&M Maroon has the lead. UNM Esports Cherry needs to dig deep inside of themselves to find whatever they can put forth and save the day and bring us into that map 5. But it all begins here on Esperanza.
So UNM is going to roll out on the Malga, which I'm excited to see, but A&M and Kind, they're on the Winston. So the Winston doesn't do as good against the Malga, but I like the Echo on the field for Illuminous because that burst damage and the focusing beam, that can be the key to help them take down this Malga, who can just be so chunky and so beefy and so hard to take down.
Get into their face, UNM Esports Cherry, the other side of the bot. The 5 seconds before it unlocks. Time to start walking forward, press that W key. Hockey Flame, nowhere to go. And they realize it. You just walk right into it, and you get rid of them there. Now another opportunity Kurama had, the eye in the sky against Illuminous. And this is feeling very much like UNM Esports Cherry has this on lockdown.
Yeah, I feel like you need a tank swap immediately or a comp swap. I don't think this is going to work that well into the Malga. As we see that, we do see exactly that. Swept going over to the Orisa, Segs going over to the Cassie. I think this is going to be much more suitable to help deal with the just outright damage that Malga can put onto this field. You have the ability to, javelin spin away from a lot of that damage, and you have the fortify you can pop so you can't be burned.
They get the opportunity to take the bot back. UNM Esports Cherry is going to move away from it and try to take their chances up on the high ground. Chances may be ripped away from them. A beautiful javelin spin from Sweff is going to stop the Key Gator Bastion from finding any value. Now you're just going to get rid of Barracks. You're going to run them down, get rid of them. Now for Texas A&M Maroon, bot was quickly lost, but quickly regained just as well.
And that was just clinical from A&M Maroon coming back. Sweff got a big javelin onto Kurama, and that allowed Illuminous to go into the focusing beam, finish him off. That's one pick down, and then that's just that much harder to deal with. Is Kagator getting off the Bastion, which I think is a smart decision against the Orisa, going to go over to the Reaper Soul. A lot more consistent damage available for the Reaper. The question is, are they going to be able to take full advantage of this situation as we're pretty much tied here.
Ooh, Barracks. They need to pull the escape card already. I was just getting pummeled in their face. Now we're going to see if Illuminous can do what Barracks does, but better. Duplicating onto the Malga. We might be going to the Gulag relatively soon here. Yeah, you're just going to run down Barracks. And indeed so, there it is, the Gulag. It's not going to find too much because everyone's pretty much already dead.
Yeah, and because of the late picks you were able to find, that's pretty much going to be the first point cap for A&M Maroon. Already applying so much pressure onto them as Barracks now going to go over to the Zarya, which we've seen match up into this Orisa very well. But getting those forward spawns, so important for A&M Maroon because now it takes 2 fights for UNM Esports Cherry to get any kind of cart progress.
Oh, you're going to get the back line with the Deadeye. It's right there. Duplicate, ripped out of it. Kurama's not going to get any value from it whatsoever. And now we're going to see Bozeman popping off the sound barrier. Segs is so far isolated and separated from the rest of the team. But even throughout all of this, Barracks is going to meet elimination at the hands of Sweff. Keygator needing to rotate back away, try to stay alive inside of the kitchen. But again, you're just being swarmed on top of by Texas A&M.
That you are. You're going to be facing a Death Blossom from Kagator in this next fight. You don't have much to do with. You're going to have to hope the Javelin spin is ready. You can get him away from the rest of your team. Illuminous, however, has the duplicate. The question is who they go for. I think the Zarya might be the choice.
Ooh, Silhouette giving us a little bit of a dance. Now we have a Kitsune rush. Keygator, they know that Texas A&M knows what's happening here. They know how desperate they are for this. Squid, couldn't get out. And Hockey Flame is just too much damage. The focusing beam is going to eliminate them. Illuminous up in the air and wings ripped off. UNM Esports Cherry finally in control of that bopper. Ray is still a lot of meters to go.
That it is. The good thing is you already got 33 meters. The forward spawns, however, A&M Maroon's going to be right here ready to take another fight. They're going to have a lot in the bank to be able to work with, so you're going to have to hope you can get a lot of ammunition out of just this Graviton Surge.
Pushing them away. Lock them down to the ground below. Gonna have Texas A&M Maroon on the high ground, looking to get down and meet UNM Esports Cherry. Here's the Terror Surge. Nothing to save Barracks. No get out of jail free card. Put away for now. Sweff continuing their reign of terror once more. At Javelin, this player, this tank, is just unreal, Ray.
Yeah, Swev is playing incredibly well on this Orisa, and it's gotten to the situation where Barracks is like, all right, I'll match you. We haven't done this since map 1, but I guess it's come down to this, you know, tournament lives on the line. Let's match the Orisa and hopefully be able to find this victory. Again, the big issue is the Reaper versus the Sojourn.
Brilliant first pickoff from Kurama. Barracks. They're separated. They're isolated. The javelin spin may have thrown them back into the safety of their team, but no. That's what Kurama is here. Trying to equalize things back around into the favor of UNM Esports. Cherry, what a stark reminder that the forward spawn is in favor of Texas A&M. They're just looking to draw out as much time as possible.
Yeah, their players are already pretty much back, so they're able to take these fights once again as Kigator's just basically playing goalie right now. Sex finds one.
X finds one, gives us the overclock once more up in the air. Leans towards Kigator. Brilliant headshot there. You've dealt massive waves against UNM Esports Cherry, but now we're going to have Kurama ripped out. They tried to match the Sojourn of their own, but it's so quick in the ways that this damage happens sometimes. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, UNM Esports Cherry in control once more.
Yeah, the good thing, because of the forward spawns A&M has available, you were able to bank this Death Blossom and Sound Barrier, but all things considered, I think UNM got off pretty lucky. They were able to get their spawns in pretty quickly, and they did a great job of taking control of that high ground away from Texas A&M. That was the big reason why they were able to flip that fight in their favor.
Still got to get more car progress. They're struggling to find it here. Beautiful, sneaky plays from Kurama going up onto the high ground. Kigator, the Death Blossom has bloomed, and it is chunking everyone and everything. Kigator's going to pick up the Mega Pack, prevent Illuminous from finding any value out of that. Just out of range, the Hellfire Shotguns. Illuminous only 15 HP, and then a quick fight against Gravity.
Take a little swim in the ocean out there as just about 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Forward spawns now unlocked for UNM, which has got to be a big relief. So now they can even that out for any fight going forward, but Segs is down.
Segs is down, and Texas A&M Maroon knows that they are in trouble. Time to get the heck out of here. The bot is continuing to be pushed forward, and that is a brilliant pickoff here from Kurama. Not only surviving, but thriving.
Yeah, and now they're in a situation where they can string together one more team fight. They should be able to take the lead. However, they don't have a lot to work with as A&M Maroon has the opportunity to get aggressive with some of these ultimates they've been able to gather.
All right, we're going to see the first of the Kitsune rushes used. Kurama is going to be taken out of the air. Swef saving the skies, and now we have the Terra Surge bringing it down and slamming it down onto the ground. Barracks is going to try and buy as much time as possible before the bot has been regained by Texas A&M.
I think both teams feel pretty good leaving that fight because you have to take another fight if you're A&M before you can get any more cart progress. You traded 2 ults for 2 ults on both sides, and you're further ahead in the Echo ult charge to get that duplicate. So you put yourself at a greater advantage in this next fight if you're UNM.
Yep. It's just over 1 minute on the clock now. UNM Esports needs to put the pedal to the metal. Now they're going to give up forward spawn. Texas A&M Maroon. Here it is. Segs has the overclock, but they need to contend against the Kitsune rush from Silhouette. They're up on the high ground, the window affording them an opportunity. Oh my god, Bozeman had but just nary a thread of HP, but so did Segs. And it's going to be Bozeman the one to win out in that battle. Barracks on the ground below, seeing 2 Orisas. Eyes all over the place, and that may just be the seal of this deal from Illuminous' Terra Surge.
Yeah, 40 seconds left on the clock. You're going to get one more attempt at this. Kurama dupes the Orisa, but it doesn't go nearly as well. So now you're down that ultimate coming to the next fight. So you have to hope and pray that Kigator can be your hero with this Death Blossom. But at the same time, A&M is just continuing to get more cart distance, which makes this next approach for UNM that much more difficult to try and take this back and flip this map and keep their hopes alive.
Almost 10 seconds, and Texas A&M is basically seeing the finish line. Kigator playing the patient game, just goes in with the Death Blossom, but bubed away no chance to be able to do this. Wilting now in the face of Swift. The Terra Surge, just a ditch effort to draw out as much time as possible for UNM Esports Cherry. They may have the bot. Ray, they are now glued to it. They cannot leave, and they need to win consecutive team fights in a row.
Yeah, you're looking at a situation where you're going to have to win 2 to 3 more fights to bring this home. They have the ults to be able to do it. They're coming up on 4 of them as A&M Maroon threw in a lot to that fight. They will have the duplicate coming online, but outside of that, they're hoping Squid can eventually build to the sound barrier. So the moment, the opportunity is here for UNM to be able to get this going and make it happen.
Hold your breath. This is where it all comes down to. Overtime, UNM Esports Cherry. They need to get to 116 meters. 40 meters to cross. That is the goal line. That is what they need to accomplish here. And now we're going to see the duplicate from Illuminous on the Orisa once again. Into that Terror Surge, and now we're seeing it once more. This time from Barracks, but Karama has been dealt with. Hockey Flame, though, on the flip side, also a casualty as well. And this is looking very possible for UNM Esports Cherry. But I have to reiterate, they still have a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, one more fight. They used 4 of their ultimates. All they're going to have is the Soldier ultimate coming online for Kagator. As Squid, has the perfect counter, has this sound barrier available as Segs is getting closer and closer to this overclock. That may be the nail in the coffin to take Texas A&M to the next round.
We are now over 100 meters. UNM Esports so close. Squid, is going to give us that sound barrier, but Sengs did not have any benefit from it, but they cannot leave the bot. That is so important here. Illuminous now gone, eliminated, and somehow UNM Esports Cherry is doing it. The tactical visor, the aimbot of the Sentry, and even with a Terror Surge, there is no surge here for Texas A&M. UNM Esports so close, right there. The finish line has been accomplished. The comeback of the Sentry Ray. Map number 5. UNM Esports Cherry has done it.
I was just saying, what more could the series ask for than a map number 5? And UNM is able to deliver with the goods. Oh, that was exciting. It felt like, unfortunately, in that final fight, Texas A&M wanted to engage aggressively with the sound barrier, and they could not find the kills to be able to justify that. I feel like they should have saved that for some of those DPS ultimates that were coming online, like that tactical visor, and then you didn't have that tool after that. So I think that's it's a gambit you took. If you get the picks off it, you win, but they fortunately did not. So it looks like a silly gambit at the end of the day because they didn't come through.
Texas A&M it was just one team fight, Ray. They were in the spawn of UNM. They were so close to victory. But this team came together at the very end. And I have to say, you can never discount UNM. They may be bloody, they may be battered, but they are going to fight with every single last ounce in them. And what an accomplishment for this team to bring us into map 5 when they had all of the cards stacked against them.
All right, chat. All right, everyone watching. I need to go breathe and just give myself 5 minutes. I think both these teams need to calm down a little bit. It is 2-2, A&M versus UNM. It is the Champions Division, first round of the playoffs. We'll be right back after this.
Chat, I know, we're all feeling it. We're all aging at a rapid pace right now. But if one more map, possibly, I'm just going to say that right now, anything is possible. But for right now, one more map.
Draw.
Ray, I swear. Come on, buddy, all right? Can't be doing this to me. Our producer is threatening us in the background if that actually happens. But it all ends here, right now, on Blizzard World. A final chance for both of these teams. Someone is being sent home.
Substitute is now coming in for A&M Maroon. Encore coming in on the DPS, taking Luminos out.
This is an interesting choice from Texas A&M Maroon to do this at the map 5 marker. Especially with how much Illuminus has been doing, but I've probably at this point they see Blizzard World as an opportunity to shake things up, and perhaps as well Encore is going to be that key player to give them the success that they need, the success that they are hopefully looking and seeking to gain. Texas A&M Maroon were so close to closing out the final map. We're so close to closing out Esperanza. They were also so very close to closing out Havana. It was right there in the palm of their grasp. But UNM Esports Cherry, an undeniable team, the ways that they can snatch victory in the jaws of defeat.
Feels like if you end up dropping this map and this series, those are going to be the two situations you look back if you're Texas A&M Maroon as just absolute killers. As we take a look at this defense for Maroon, no surprises here, but they are going to keep Swef on this Orisa. Encore coming in, playing this Tracer. I don't know how I feel about this, Sam. Like, I don't know how you feel about like situations where you haven't played all game yet. You're going to come in map 5 and like there's the possibility you're extremely cold. I feel like Luminous had been doing a good job. So I'm curious what this swap is, if they're just going to play the same heroes.
Well, we're getting the OWCS special from Texas A&M. Straight up down the line. UNM Esports Cherry almost there. The DPS seeing what they can get away with. Encore already in their face and already recalling. Quite get as much out of it, but regrouping with the rest of the team on the point is where the fight is going to be taken.
As we see UNM doing a great job of just taking this high ground away from Texas A&M, forcing them to the point, and now a brawl takes place.
Already recalling again from Encore. Doesn't really feel like they're missing too much of a beat. UNM Esports practicing amazing patience for beginning the engagement. Kurama looking for an opportunity on escape, but none afforded to them. UNM Esports Cherry, with the loss of their Genji, backing out in record speed.
I mean, so far, so good for A&M Maroon. This is going to be the issue when you're attacking on a map like Blizzard World. It just takes so much time to traverse the high ground and take it away, or to loop all the way back around and go to the high ground behind point. These fights just take a long time, so you don't get a lot of opportunities. So you have to make the most of them if you're UNM.
Already, Texas A&M Maroon not seeking to gain any more ground or being overly greedy. UNM Esports Cherry on the other side. Kurama, there was no escape, no hope, no opportunity. So now Kitsune Rush in their back line. Texas A&M Maroon has to begin the readjustment, and it's so brilliant from them. They back away from it. They give up a little bit of the point to hopefully gain a lot out of it. See the coordination, see the display of skill that we're having. And even throughout all of that, the display has been closed. UNM Esports Cherry, chances for this point closing further and further.
And all they had to do, Kurama gets Segs. I was going to say all they had to do was trade the Pulse Bomb for the Kitsune Rush, but oh, now things are different with Segs going down.
Absolutely. Kurama is just that X factor sometimes for UNM Esports Cherry. That pop-off moment, these ideals that you want to have from a Genji who's so close to the Dragon Blade as well. A Kitsune Rush from Honky Flame to try and gain as much time, and now potentially even could use the Terra Surge. On top of that, Kurama brought into it, now needs to find respite and safety. Their entire team eliminated. Much left in the tank for this Genji.
Yeah, but now you're in a situation where you did use that blade to force out the sound bear. So Kigator and Byrix between the tactical visor and the Terra Surge can get a lot of value out of this. You have to hope Segs and Encore can come through on the DPS, but Bozeman also has a sound barrier to match. So it's a lot going on for A&M, a lot against their backs to try and hold this defense.
And a minute on the clock, just over. UNM Esports Cherry. Final map now. Kurama gets the first pick once more, this time onto Segs again. We have the sound barrier being expended. Squid, cannot get out of there. And now it's time to dash over onto the high ground. The damage is being dealt. And really, Ray, just needed the sound barrier to make that happen.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge boom going forward into these next fights for UNM, because now they have a lot of tools. Because this first choke with this opening, with a big opening coming into second point, it's going to be a hard one to break, because Texas A&M is going to be able to set up defensively here. So they're going to have to use some ultimates to get through this choke.
The go time. Segs is giving us an overclock. Now Encore, seeking down all of the targets in front of them. Brilliant tracer play, but they still need more to go off of that. Stuck. Kigator. You're gonna get bullied there, buddy. Pain in his primal form. UNM Esports Cherry getting much card progress just yet.
As, I mean, once again, very well re-engaged from Texas A&M Maroon. They take advantage of using that overclock. They still have a pulse bomb to work with, but UNM's been stacking up ults. There's the tactical visor.
All right, tactical visor once more from Kigator, looking all over in 20 different directions, it felt like, and a quick pop with the Terra Surge from Swift. Now we're going to have one from Barracks, but it was just too much damage that had already been dealt on top of them. Even with the Fortify, they are going to fall. UNM Esports Cherry now needing to find respite once more.
As now we see UNM going back to that comfort we saw on these past few maps. You're going to have Barracks going over to the Zarya to try and help deal with Swift on this Orisa. Still Pulse Bomb available for Encore. And Kurama has the blade, but Squid, has that sound barrier to really deal with it.
Gonna throw things into chaos. Yep, there it is. The blade in favor of a sound barrier. And Kurama not getting much out of that blade just yet. Encore is going to give us a pulse bomb, but thrown just in the right direction. It's a trade, though, for both of these teams. A Genji for a Sojourn. UNM Esports Cherry is still going to push into the face of their opposition and gaining so much space out of it as well. But even with all of that they were able to do, the recovery from Texas A&M Maroon is immaculate. This team giving us a beautiful showing of Overwatch.
Yeah, 1 minute left on the clock. UNM now going to have Barracks go over to the Orisa, just continuing to swap and resetting the ult charge. The only ult they're going to have online is going to be this Kitsune Rush, as A&M has just been patiently building, and they have this high ground. UNM is going to have to find a way to unhinge them.
Bring a crowbar. Bring something. Need to give Seg some life once more. Here's the Kitsune Rush. Up on the high ground. UNM Esports Cherry gonna try and meet them. But try as they might, they do need to fall away. It's still gonna be in control of Texas A&M Maroon. And what's even more disastrous for UNM, what a stick! It's gonna be Protection Suzu, but now Texas A&M can push forward even more and more. A desperation Kitsune Rush. Now for Kurama, they need to be quiet. Gonna play this carefully. Bring it into overtime. But it's right there, and then you get caught out by the Javelin, and Segs is going to end this with an overclock. Texas A&M Maroon has drawn the line in the sand, and UNM Esports Cherry needs to stop it.
Yep, win conditions have been set for both teams. A&M just has to get it 102.6 meters, and for UNM, they're going to have to do the Fuller hold. You would think the momentum has shifted back in the favor of A&M Maroon, because that was quite a hold, but that tends to be a very hard stuck point to push through on Blizzard World. So I feel like we can see the same thing coming out from UNM. This is going to be a nail biter.
I think we also need to touch on Encore's Tracer, right? This player that came in as a substitute for Illuminous. This Tracer has been giving Texas A&M so much value. It's throwing UNM Esports into such chaos, right? You're expecting Kurama to do the somewhat of the same thing on the Genji, but it's just Encore in their face so much and so often that UNM Esports has to kind of keep an eye on them at all times. But Encore is farming up pulse bombs. And not only that, but Texas A&M Maroon is meeting these challenges that are being put forth by UNM Esports, Cherry, and they're exceeding them.
Whew, it all comes down to this final attack for Texas A&M Maroon. Can they come through in the clutch and make it happen? We saw on Havana and on Esperanza that they could not come up with the goods. Can they quench and cure the demons of past maps and bring this home in what has been a bruising, a crazy, insane 5-map series from these two talented collegiate colleges of Overwatch?
Kurama sneakily moving their way. A little bit of chip damage onto Honky Flame, but now looking towards the high ground. UNM Esports Cherry again there as well, but Barracks is being hammered in total absolution. A disruptor shot is gonna flush him just a smidge more out of the corner, but once again we're seeing Kurama switching on off the Genji on the Tracer and just what they're gonna be able to find from it as well. It's looking to be giving them just that little bit more. Now Swift in the face of Barracks, and now with the loss of Keygator, it's just going to be simplistic. Look away from Barracks as they get rid of the Javelin spin. Turn back over to them, get that Orisa out of here, and now Texas A&M has point A.
I will say, Sam, it feels like nothing against Barracks, but it feels like this is exactly what A&M wants. They want this Orisa matchup. Swift has been absolutely dominating it, but when they try and pick the Zarya, it also doesn't work. They haven't found an answer for Swift on here. It just feels like they just have to try and win in the neutral in this Orisa duel, but just it feels like more often than not they're losing it.
Yeah, you're feeling the pain here. We do have the pulse bomb for Kurama. They're trying to be diligent in drawing out the protection Suzu from Hockey Flame, but Squidgy no, and now Encore to join them. Eric's is fighting back and fighting as hard as they can. But that could spell disaster.
It does spell a lot of cart progress for A&M Maroon, but UNM Esports will be able to come back with a lot of ultimates built up. But we're kind of in a situation where if Texas A&M get one more clean team fight win, they're going to bring this cart across the finish line.
Merrick's is going to be the one to start things off. A quick Terra Surge, drawing out Squidgy, no sound barrier. But then we're going to get the pulse bomb from Encore. And Segs is doing it once more. That overclock firing on all cylinders, not missing, not losing. Texas A&M Maroon right there.
Because of those staggers, however, with the sound barrier and kept Bozeman and Kurama alive, they're going to be able to re-engage here. Barracks now on the Doom Fist, and they find Encore.
A little too far forward, a little overzealous in their approach. Kurama needs to be careful, otherwise they're going to be joining their mirror in that spawn room. They do get the health that they were looking for, but not for too long. As again, it's a Segs masterclass on Sojourn. Ooh.
Yeah, and this is the opportunity A&M's been waiting for. They have to find these kills, but the overclock's been popped.
The overclock has been popped. Keygator firing it into Sweft's Orisa, pretty much nullifying any effects that they were looking to gain out of that ultimate. And now Barracks has been brought to heel by none other than Segs themselves. It is right there, 0.25 meters to go. An all-out breakout fight. Kurama's pulse bomb hits nobody, but Encore's headshots are hitting clean and good. And the Terra Surge is going to be the finishing touch for Texas A&M's victory over UNM Esports Cherry. 3-2.
As that just has to be a sigh of relief. If you are A&M, you get the final map pick, you come to Blizzard World, you play it fantastic, and you're able to come through in the clutch and send UNM home and keep your tournament hopes alive.
Segs was a monster on that battlefield. For the final few moments, it took them a while to get there. We were also a little bit concerned for Texas A&M Maroon sweeping out Illuminous, who'd been here for the first 4 maps in favor of Encore, but Encore was more than ready to step onto the field, step on the plate, and assume the mantle that Illuminous had left behind. That brought Texas A&M Maroon into, Ray, what I'm going to say was a pretty convincing victory on Blizzard World.
Oh yeah, that was very convincing as we continue to look at some of these highlights of what was just a ridiculously insane competitive match between 2 talented colleges, and it just took my breath away time and time again, and it just kept me on the edge of my seat. This was a great series of Overwatch.
I mean, we've had the heroic comeback on Esperanza from UNM Esports Cherry. We've had the fight of a lifetime from Texas A&M Maroon on Suravasa. Crazy moments happening all around from both of these teams. And honestly, an absolute delight to be able to have witnessed this. And honestly, if you're UNM Esports Cherry, even though you are no longer in the playoffs, even though you've been knocked out of it, you should still be proud of how far and what you were able to bring this in this series.
I couldn't agree with you more. No matter how that series turned out, both schools have to be incredibly proud with how far they came and what they were able to do. I think, you know, as I mentioned, I think this is one of the more highly competitive divisions. It just seems like there were a lot of teams jostling and fighting for the top, a lot of up-and-coming schools. So let's look to continue to see these schools as the years develop. UNM, Texas A&M, can't wait to see what their future is with these schools.
I can't either. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket as well. We have it all being populated across the fields. Hey, Ray, we got Texas A&M, both white and maroon, in the semifinals now. It's going to be an interesting semifinals. Texas A&M white winning up against Texas Red 3-1. UH Premier winning against NAU Varsity 3-1. And then, of course, we saw the Slugs, who we talked about at the very beginning of the broadcast, 3-0ing CSU DH Cardinals. And so a massive victory here for each and every single one of our teams. So we continue in through the NECC playoffs. The semifinals are going to be insane.
Look at that upset, Sam. Texas Tech Red was the #1 seed in the A division, and A&M White, the 4th seed, coming out of B, takes them down 3-1. So that is quite the upset. However, they will be facing University of Houston Premier, and we saw what they were able to do last week on stream. I am one cannot wait to see UCSC against A&M Maroon. Like, oh man, this is just heating up. I cannot wait to see how this develops.
I know, we're all in listen, after tonight, I think we're all in shock. And I think we also all need to finally go ahead and take a breather, take a breath, take a moment, reflect on everything that we just witnessed, and just bless our lucky stars that we got some amazing Overwatch tonight, Ray. I do want to say a big thank you to our producer Hippie and our observer Reachat behind the scenes for making things look and sound as good as they did. Of course, a big congratulations once more to Texas A&M Maroon for their victory over UNM Esports Cherry 3-2. That is going to be it for us here tonight on NECC, but make sure you hit that follow button because we have more exciting games across a variety of different titles that are going to be happening, and especially you don't want to miss the rest of these playoffs. That is going to be it from myself and Ray. Till the next broadcast, see you all later.
Later.